He didn't choose to duel, he chose to fight in group. He didn't choose to duel, he chose to fight in group. This was also a madman like Long Fei. No one knew what he was thinking, and he felt his blood boil at his choice. What's so good about it? Wow! This is even F***ing exciting than a boss. Long Fei was extremely excited. And then, Xiao Tianwu reminded him, "Brat, you have to think carefully." Long Fei said, "Thank you for Elder's reminder, I've thought about it clearly, either I won't do it, or to trample all of 9 Business Union to death under their feet. Don't ask me why. Because this brother is so arrogant," Long Fei said excitedly. The faces of the people from 9 Business Union were ashen, their anger overflowing. If looks could kill, Long Fei would already be pierced through with 1,000 holes. Everyone felt a ball of fire in their hearts. "I have to kill him." He had to. Xiao Tianwu did not have any change in expression and faintly said, "Then let's begin." The leader of the union stepped forward and said, "Mysterious Spirit Sword, Grade 9 Immortal. This sword contains a hidden power, and can be activated by power of Celestial. Invisible Killing." After he finished speaking, he stared at Long Fei and said, "Brat, prepare to die." Long Fei said disdainfully, "Trash." The big boss of the Dodge Merchant Union really wanted to charge forward and bite Long Fei to death. Xiao Tianwu moved a bit to verify and said, "It is a high-grade Immortal Grade 9 Immortal Grade Immortal equipment. It indeed hides a hint of power very strong." At this moment, another head of the Merchant Union walked in front of Xiao Tianwu and introduced his spirit treasure. Long Fei said in disdain, "Trash. This is not bad." "Another piece of trash. Are all your 9 business unions trash? What a disgrace." Long Fei was very disappointed. After the first round, he only had a few items that were pretty good, but the expectations he had immediately dropped and he underestimated them. Jin Sanyuan walked forward and said respectfully, "This is a strand of Immortal Foundation." Finished. Jin Sanyuan took out a strand of Immortal Foundation. Once the Immortal Foundation appeared, the whole hall was moved. What a strong power of Celestial! The aura of the power of Celestial is too dense. What kind of Immortal Foundation is this? The legendary mutated Immortal Roots? This caused a sensation. Long Fei's eyes also darkened as he said almost at the same time as the Yen Huang ancestor, "This is a good thing." The dense power of Celestial was not spirit grass, not war beast, but a stone immortal root that was the same as the fairy stones. It was very strange. Lei Zhong suddenly stood up and said, "Fairy stone root? Fairy stone root? What kind of Immortal Foundation is this? Why haven't I heard of it before?" The Immortal Foundation wasn't recorded in the Immortal Foundation manual either. It was too special. Even the elders of God Emperor Academy could only shake their heads as they had never heard of this Immortal Foundation. Jin Sanyuan was incomparably pleased, and this was the effect he wanted. What he wanted was a sensation, and only a sensation would make everyone remember the family Jin Union. Shocking effect. Xiao Tianwu slowly said, "Fairy stone root, top quality Immortal Foundation. Once these immortal roots are fused, one can obtain an endless supply of power of Celestial S." "I don't know." Jin Sanyuan immediately said, "What Headmaster said is correct, it is the effect of the endless power of Celestial. This immortal root is a level 1 immortal root, and it is also the only fairy stone root that has appeared in the entire Sky Martial continent." "My God! You can't use all of the power of Celestial? Isn't this too abnormal? This Immortal Foundation is simply heaven-defying." The power of Celestial was the spirit energy used by the warriors in Immortal Domain. It was used to temper the body and stimulate the potential in the body to break through the shackles. It could be said that the power of Celestial was very important. Just like a mage's blue medicine, it was extremely important. With an inexhaustible supply of blue medicine, how terrifying was this mage? It was hard to imagine. Long Fei glanced at it and said excitedly to himself, "Coincidentally, I don't have a blend of fairy vein, so it's mine to use, hee." He laughed sinisterly in his heart. Yen Huang Ancestor smacked his lips, "So enticing, if you could let me eat it." "Don't even think about it. Ancestor, I'm telling you, you can't touch the immortal foundation. I have 2 immortal roots in my space ring, you can eat them." Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, the 2 immortal roots were dragged out by the ancestor into his mouth, and he did not bother to be courteous with Long Fei. "Long Fei, you old glutton." At this time, Xiao Tianwu stood up slightly. Seeing that he had obtained the fairy stone root, the expression in his eyes was somewhat moved, and he said somewhat excitedly, "Good stuff, I never thought that family gene union would have such a good stuff. I bid 10,000 fairy stones. I bid 30,000 fairy stones." Below the stage, there were already people frantically bidding. Jin Sanyuan watched the intense competition from below the stage, and he became even more proud. The price immediately rose to 80,000 fairy stones. This was no ordinary price. This was the first time in history that a level 1 immortal root had such a price. Jin Sanyuan said slightly, "Thank you everyone for your kindness towards Family Gene Union. This immortal foundation is temporarily not for sale. If it were to be sold, Family Gene Union would definitely send news of it immediately and begin the auction." The audience broke out in a voice filled with regret. Jin Sanyuan looked at Long Fei complacently and said, "Brat, now it's your turn." The 9 business union had already taken out all the items and had all of them appraised by Xiao Tianwu, so Long Fei was the last one to appear. Fu Shishan held his breath. Chen Tianfei replied, "Good luck, boss." Xiao Ying and Man Tuoyuo both whispered, "You can do it, young Master Long." Everyone looked at Xiang Longfei. Long Fei walked forward and said, "My things. About that, there's nothing good, just this blade." He took out the blade he used to kill the Family Gene Union's protector. Tyrant. A blade refined by the Yen Huang ancestor. A blade that looked pitch black like an iron board, with no way of seeing Daofeng, and could not tell which direction was the back of the blade, and which was Daofeng. There was not a single trace of power. It looked exactly like scrap metal. Jin Sanyuan immediately laughed out loud, "Ha ha. It's just a piece of scrap iron. I thought you were some kind of special item, but it turns out you're just a piece of scrap metal. Ha ha ha." The people from the 9 business union also laughed loudly. Many people in the audience also started to laugh. "It's just a piece of metal. What is he doing? Do you want to use this piece of metal to make a squid? I lost. His things have already been used up, and he even threatened to challenge the 9 business union. Now, he really doesn't even know how he died." Many people were laughing. Long Fei did not speak. However, there was one person who was in a very bad mood. Yen Huang ancestor. "Damn it, you dare to laugh at your father? Is this fatty called Jin Sanyuan? Give him to me later. I'm going to explode to the point that I don't even recognize him." Chapter 38 8419/2356983. Ancestor, someone is laughing at you. Ancestor, someone is laughing at you. That's not right. It's not someone. It's a bunch of people who are mocking you. Long Fei added fuel to the fire and said, "The things you refine are despised by others." Ha ha ha. Long Fei had never seen the patriarch so angry before. Yen Huang ancestor was so angry that he wanted to go berserk. "Scrap iron, iron plate, open your dog eyes and look carefully." Yen Huang ancestor was infuriated. Long Fei slowly said, "Some people are like that. If you don't screw them, they won't know that you're his father. You like to laugh, right? Keep smiling for lousy." Long Fei's voice turned cold. He stared at Jin Sanyuan and said, "You do not decide whether or not the item is good, do you understand?" At this moment, Xiao Tianwu walked forward, and his right hand held onto the blade hilt. In that instant, his arm shook all of a sudden, and a burst of powerful force blew away the center of his palm, causing his expression to change, and he stared at Long Fei. "This blade of yours." His expression suddenly changed. The faces of Jin Sanyuan and the others darkened instantly. The laughter from below the stage died down. Long Fei said indifferently, "This blade is called Ba. Tyrant." Xiao Tianwu's mind shook, and a loud sound of thunder exploded in his sea of consciousness as he muttered to himself, "Ba ba. What a great tyrant!" And then his right hand moved, and an air shield visible to the naked eye appeared on his arm, the claw of the black tortoise. He grabbed the overlord blade and moved. Boom! Wung! An extremely arrogant and tyrannical power burst forth. Xiao Tianwu's profound strength resonated, and with a casual movement, he slashed out like a crazed demon. Every stroke was suicidal. Each slash was extremely arrogant, with no way out. What was a tyrant? A fierce tyrant. He struck out with his blade with full force. Without holding back his strength in the slightest, it would become his hegemony if he did not stop until he died. This was the essence of the overlord blade. Many people stood up, all of them were excited by the overlord blade in Xiao Tianwu's hands. They were all people who used blades. The kind of arrogant and overbearing blade aura was extremely strong, causing the blades they wore to vibrate and resonate. Half a minute later, Xiao Tianwu stopped, with an extremely excited expression. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Good blade, it's really a good blade. If I was as young as you, and had not absorbed the black tortoise immortal root, I would definitely cultivate my tyrannical Tao for this blade." His blood was burning. This made him incomparably excited. This kind of feeling was as if he was young and reckless, impulsive, causing people to be excited. Jin Sanyuan's brows sank as he said, "Lord Headmaster, this is just a piece of scrap, why?" "Why?" Not waiting for him to finish, Xiao Tianwu bellowed and said, "Scrap iron? You are insulting this weapon, you don't even know what a blade is, or what a true war device is." Her voice was filled with dignity, and directly smashed Jin Sanyuan down. He trained in the art of undefeatable defense, but, however, because of this saber's domineering aura, his blood began to boil, causing his heart, which had been silent for many years, to palpitate. Yan Huang ancestor said complacently, "There is still someone who understands the way of the blade." Following that, Xiao Tianwu also realized that he was being a little too excited, and said, "I don't understand refining, but Elder Zhou should be well aware that once you go on stage, you will know." Zhou Lian had long since been unable to hold back, and immediately went up the stage to pay his respects, then impatiently grabbed the overlord blade. The instant he grabbed onto it, it was as if his body had been electrocuted. The power of Celestial is surging. Unique attribute Tyrant. Arrogant strength, domineering strength, this saber. Zhou opened his eyes, looked at Long Fei and said, "This blade is too powerful, was it created by that expert again?" It was so powerful that it shook the heavens. Alloy armor and Tang Dao. The high price of these two items was simply creative and shocking. However, this blade was different. He was completely arrogant and tyrannical. The blade is the overlord of weapons. This blade perfectly explained the word tyrant. It was simply incomparable. Although it was only at the 9th level of the immortal grade, its blade intent had already surpassed the holy artifacts. Zhou Lian's every pore exploded as he said excitedly, "This is a true war device, born for war." Yan Huang became even more proud. Not bad, you're right, you were born for war, you were born for slaughter, ha ha." Jin Sanyuan was still unconvinced. He did not believe in the might of this broken piece of metal and shouted, It's not that I don't believe you, but I feel that this thing is not as powerful as you say it is. Jolien was extremely angry. A good thing could not be insulted in his eyes. Jolien shouted, "Since President Jean doesn't believe, then you can do it yourself. If you can hold on to it. No, if you can hold it, I can declare you one." Jolien also felt that he was being too rash and said to Xiao Tianwu, "Principal, I was too rash." Xiao Tianwu said, "It's fine, President Jean, let's do as Elder Zhou says. If you can pick it up, your fairy stone root will win this round." Jean Sanyuan smiled excitedly and said, "This is what you guys said, ah." Although his cultivation was not outstanding, however, he was still at the 8th level of the psionic immortal realm with a strength of 100,000 Jean. Just how heavy could a mere weapon be? Jean Sanyuan looked complacently at Long Fei and gave a cold laugh, saying, "Brat, just you wait to lose." Jean Sanyuan walked to the front of the Overlord blade and clenched his fist. The moment he gripped the saber hilt, boom! With a huge sound, his mind was shaken by the wild and tyrannical power of the Overlord blade to the point where he could not take it anymore, and he directly knelt to the ground. Pfft! His knees ached from the pain. Long Fei laughed. "Oh, you're still kneeling down?" Jean Sanyuan was in comparable rage. He crawled up and shouted, "I don't believe it!" Yi Zichen moved his hands. Grasping the handle tightly, he roared, "Rise!" His power surged. At this moment, bam! A burst of power burst out, directly sending Jean Sanyuan flying out of the stage. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale white, and that was because he was wearing the holy artifact armor, otherwise the tyrannical power inside the blade would have shattered his heart veins. Long Fei looked at the pale Jean Sanyuan below the stage and laughed coldly. "Third fatty, do you want to try again? Those people who like to laugh, come, you guys give it a try. You don't dare. You don't dare to laugh at your ancestors." Long Fei roared fiercely. It was also at this time. "I bid 80,000 fairy stones. 100,000. 150,000 fairy stones. Equals semi/floating life plus 200,000. I'll pay 230,000. The entire competition grounds seemed to have been set ablaze. They were all shocked by the tyrannical power of the Overlord blade. It was simply too powerful. Long Fei asked, "Ancestor, what do you think? Do I sell it or not?" Chapter 48_8419/2356984. The Overlord blade was crafted by the ancestor. The Overlord blade was crafted by the ancestor. "I'll have to ask him." Yen Huang ancestor said, "I'll sell it. I only used half of my strength on this kind of thing. If I use all my strength, I'll definitely scare them to death." Long Fei said, "Since that's the case, then I'll sell it." Long Fei laughed faintly. "This blade is not for sale in the Source Merchant Union, but it is. You guys are too enthusiastic. I dare to make a decision and start the auction. 230,000 fairy stones bid once. Is there anything higher? In addition, the important part is that the steel monster S are customized to be able to shock the heavens and can also be customized to be alloy armor S. However, this kind of blade cannot be customized, it is the only one in the entire world. Remember, just this one. A unique existence," Long Fei said passionately. Immediately, another person began to bid. "I bid 250,000. 250,000. Are there any higher bidders?" "I'll pay 300,000. A middle-aged man suddenly walked out from room number 2. 300,000. 300,000. Is there anything higher?" At this moment, an old man wearing a black cloak came out from room number 1 and said, "I bid 5. Ha! Ha ha! Is he crazy?" He called out a price of 300,000 gold coins, but he offered a price of 5. What the hell is he doing? Many people in the crowd burst into laughter. The black-cloaked old man slightly said. The 5 I am talking about are 5 immortal crystals. As soon as his voice faded, many people began to discuss in whispers. What are immortal crystals? How come I've never heard of it? What are immortal crystals? It was also at this moment that Box 2 said lightly, We give up. Long Fei was also confused. What do you mean by immortal crystals? The elder said, 1 immortal crystal for 100,000 fairy stones, which is 500,000 immortal crystals. Moreover, you can't even trade for immortal crystals, you're rich. Wow! I can finally have a good meal. Old man Yen Huang was boiling with excitement. Long Fei looked at the black-cloaked old man in room number 1 and muttered in his heart, Why does this voice sound so familiar? Without thinking too much, Long Fei asked, Are there any higher quality immortal crystals out of the 5? The entire hall was silent, not a single sound could be heard. Long Fei said, 5 immortal crystals sold. That what? No credit. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, the black-caped elderly man delivered a gift through the air and a small bag appeared in front of Long Fei. The Overlord blade behind him flew into the air and landed in his hands in the blink of an eye. The power of this teleportation item was invincible. What is the background of the people in room number 1? There are people with immortal crystals. Their identities definitely aren't simple. What a powerful skill! The control of this power of Celestial has reached a superb level, it's too powerful. Yen Huang Ancestor also slightly said. This person's power is too terrifying, it is not weaker than those innate realm experts. Long Fei's heart was also cold. Upon reaching the Overlord blade, the black-cloaked old man turned around and walked into the private box. He took off his cloak and took a deep breath. 5 immortal crystals, all of my savings, Ha ha ha. It's all for the young lord anyway, what are you suffering for? If I had the money I would definitely buy it. I still have to wait for you to make a move? Another old man laughed and snatched the Overlord blade away. The idea slightly moved and his expression secretly shook as he said, Good blade, it is indeed a rare good blade. This arrogant and domineering aura is too savage. A war device born from slaughter. It wouldn't be a loss if you had 5 immortal crystals. The old man in black replied, If it wasn't to raise the young master's price, I wouldn't even bother to buy those. Those immortal crystals are resources for me to break through to the Yuan Xian realm. Woo woo woo. Another old man laughed loudly, ha ha. The old man in black said, You must pay for your next drink. The old man said, No problem, but let me play with this blade for a few days. You! The black shark was excited. Too excited. He thought that this sale would at most look like 10,000 fairy stones, but now, he almost jumped up, even his immortal crystals had appeared. 1 is 100,000, 5 is 500,000 fairy stones. He was rich. He really was going to get rich. As long as this business was settled, he wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of his life. Shark looked into the darkness and became excited. It seems that he was right to call the master. As long as he is here it is safe. Ha ha ha. And then, the black shark idea moved and ordered a black shark disciple. After the 3rd round is over, immediately take action. Remember, we must not be discovered by anyone. He wanted to let Long Fei walk into the private box in high spirits. Everything on Long Fei was now his. Ha ha ha. The black shark boiled over. There was another person who was equally excited. Murong Tian. His expression was equally excited as he thought to himself, I never thought that the Feng Yuan Merchant Union would be so powerful at such a stage. However, all these things are mine. Murong Tian was also laughing maniacally in excitement in his heart. On the auction platform, Long Fei looked at Jin Sanyuan who was below the stage, and said disdainfully, 3rd fatty, who won the 1st round? Jin Sanyuan's mind was still trembling as he stared at Long Fei and shouted, kid, don't be too arrogant. It's only just started, and the first round of the competition has only gotten 1 point. You'll have to watch the second round. While they were talking, Jin Sanyuan once again walked onto the stage. Long Fei became excited and said, I like this kind of explosive temper of yours. If there's anything good in the second round, take it all out, don't let it be trash again. Kid, watch carefully for us. Finished. The big boss of the 9 Business Union took out a new set of soul treasures. This time, they were all treasures that he had never seen before, treasures that were at least immortal grade 9 or higher. They were dazzling and made Long Fei drool. He had to say it. The 9 Business Union had a very strong foundation. Finally, Jin Sanyuan walked forward again and said, Look carefully. Finished. Jin Sanyuan took out a set of 8 oars from the space ring. The moment Xiao Tianwu saw the oar, he immediately sat up. Zhou Lian also instantly rushed to the stage, stared at the 8 oar and said, Spirit energy oar? Still 8. This. I don't know anything else. However, there was no one who did not know about the spirit power mine. Even a 3-year-old kid in Immortal Domain knew that this ore was an essential ingredient in refining holy artifact. Moreover, this type of ore could cause changes and raise the grade of the refined ore by several levels. It was a top-quality ore from the ores. Jin Sanyuan laughed proudly, stared at Long Fei and said, Brat, it's your turn. He could not wait to stomp on Long Fei. Half carrot float hashtag life carrot. He had to step on Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the spirit ore until his mouth started watering, and said, Emma, an all-round type of ore, especially the critical hit type, it's too tempting. At this moment, Long Fei regained his composure and smiled faintly and said, Demon Sword, it's your turn to go up on stage. Chapter 5. Thank you for your support. 8_8419/2356985. The shopping mall was like a battlefield. The shopping mall was like a battlefield. A battle treasure was like a battle magic. If you want to do it to the death. Long Fei looked at the spirit essence ore until he was about to drool. What a good thing, what a good thing. Yan Huang ancestor said urgently, Didn't you want to rebuild the Zhuge sword? The spirit essence ore is a necessity. Zhuge sword. Long Fei had already obtained quite a few Zhuge sword fragments, and there were even blueprints on them. Right now, he was just waiting for the Zhuge sword fragments to be reassembled. Listening to the forefather's words, Long Fei squinted his eyes as he spoke sinisterly in his heart. Seems like you must die, fatty Jin San. Spirit or President Jin sure is generous. This thing is really a legendary item. What legend? Something that already surpasses the epic tier? The 8 merchant union leaders were slightly shocked. They never thought that the family Jin Union would have such a good item, and this was only the second round, so what was the third round preparation? Jin Sanyuan laughed complacently, looked at Long Fei and said, Brat, it's your turn. Hurry up. He could not wait any longer. The fairy stone root was just an appetizer. If he wanted to fight, he had to defeat Long Fei. As long as he stomped on Long Fei, his family Jin Union would be able to cause a sensation in God Emperor City, and that way the effect would be the same. Long Fei grinned and said, Third fatty, why are you in such a hurry? If you're not in a hurry to go reincarnate, then go. Jin Sanyuan laughed contemptuously and said, I don't think you can take anything out right? Brat, I do not believe that you can take out a soul treasure. He knew very well. The treasures of the Fengyuan Merchant Union were robbed, there were not many. If not for this kid, the Fengyuan Merchant Union would have been reduced to a useless merchant union that everyone mocked. Long Fei laughed. Damn, you guessed it right. 3 fatty, you are really awesome. Lousy, I'll let you know what a heavy treasure is. Suddenly, Long Fei moved, and took out a beast that looked extremely cool from within the space ring, its entire body releasing a red light, and the devil aura rampaging. The moment the devil sword was taken out, the devil aura immediately filled every corner of the auction place. 1. The demon sword shook but did not fall. Instead, it hovered in the air. It was extremely intense. God's Devil Ancient Case. Power of the Heavenly Demons. 5th floor of the God's Bone Taboo. In addition to all of the power of Celestial's energy, Long Fei had also refined all of the swords with the power of a devil, which was to bring the demon from the sword to its highest level. The infernal sword appeared. 10,000 swords. Zhou Lian, who was on the stage, frowned. He immediately took a defensive stance, and with a tremble of his aura, a huge defense formed out of the profound spirit chi on his body. On the stage, silence reigned. They all looked at the demon sword that was floating in midair, as if the demon sword's devil will had intimidated them. Yan Huang Ancestor became excited. Ha ha. Good boy, this sword is full of strength, ha ha ha. Madman is a madman, the war device he refined is just as crazy. Even the forefather was excited. Long Fei moved, and the devil's sword floated beside him. He walked forward, and the devil's sword followed suit. Third Fatty, do you have anything to say? Jin Sunyuan's face became extremely ugly. The powerful devilish flames on the demon's sword crushed his mind and caused him to feel incomparable discomfort. This magic sword was created with the Origin Plan Forest. Red light was flashing all over his body. Incomparable dominance. If it was combined with that set of armor. Invincible. To be able to charm a group of young girls to death. Zhou Lian's heart sank as he said, "This sword Devil Flame is extremely evil, an item to kill the person who created it. Who exactly are they? The old man Tianlian from the Dark Demon region? No. I've seen his works before. Even though he is a Grand Master of the immortal rank, he is unable to fuse the three powerful demonic intents, evil, and killing together." Zhou Lian couldn't figure out whose work this was and couldn't help but ask, "Is this still the work of that master?" "That's impossible." Refining a demon sword was completely different from refining an immortal-grade spirit treasure. The demon sword really needed to be released with a demonic intent all over its body. It could not be distracted in the slightest, or else it would easily go berserk. He had once tried to refine a demonic artifact. However, the devil intent in his heart was like a volcano erupting, completely out of his control. If he didn't withdraw in time, he would have already been possessed. One had to be a demon to refine a magic tool. There was no doubt about that. However, the alloy armor did not have a single bit of devil intent, so why was it that it was completely different? Long Fei laughed indifferently. What the elder said is right, it is all done by that expert. As for how he refined it, I do not know, but I only know a little. He's from the South Horizon region. If he really wanted to say it out, what would happen to Zhou Lian? Yan Huang Ancestor laughed. "You little brat, your act is awesome." Long Fei laughed in his heart. "You have to keep a low profile." The Yan Huang Ancestor disdainfully said, "Being low-key is the best way to show off. I still don't know about you, little brat. You want to raise the status of the South Horizon region? Just these are not enough." Long Fei slightly smiled and did not say a word. Indeed, he wanted to raise up the status of the South Horizon region. He himself was being looked down upon everywhere. He had both taunts and sneers. He had had enough. Thus, he did not want the South Horizon region warriors to enter the immortal domain in the future and be looked down upon like him. He wanted to change that. He knew in his heart that this alone wasn't enough. Zhou Lian looked shocked. The South Horizon region has produced such a prodigy for equipment forging? I must definitely pay a visit to him and have him become my disciple. In box 13. Wasn't this made by Boss? Chen Tianfei was startled and asked. Xiaoying said. Then if he was alone in the room for 3 days, It should have been him refining it, right? Fu Shishan muttered, I've never heard of such a great artificer existed in the South Horizon region. Man Tuoluo said, we do not know who else is in the room, maybe it really is. The demon sword is too strong. Even they did not believe that Long Fei had refined it. The entire venue was shocked. There's such a genius in the South Horizon region? Isn't the South Horizon region a wasteland? My God! This sword is too valiant. As the audience discussed this, the South Horizon region shocked them for the first time. This was just the beginning. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? The faces of the leaders of 9 business union were extremely ugly. Especially Jean Sanyuan, he looked as ugly as sh*t. Long Fei laughed coldly. Third fatty, you still want to act so arrogantly and complacently with your father? Compete with me? Your 18 generations of ancestors are not qualified. While everyone was still in shock, a voice suddenly came from the roof. I bid 100 immortal crystals. The first chapter, Little Blast today. 8_8419/2356986. I bid 100 immortal crystals. I bid 100 immortal crystals. It was not loud, however, yet it exploded in every corner of the venue. Everyone could hear it clearly in their hearts. Along with this voice, the young girl on the roof floated down like a dragonfly touching the water, landing in front of Long Fei. Looking at Long Fei's stupefied expression, she asked, Did I not clarify enough? Fine. I'll say it again. I bid 10 million fairy stones. 10 million should be enough to shock me, right? Looking at Long Fei's stupefied expression, she said, Now you should be able to hear me clearly. 100,000 fairy stones was equal to 1 immortal crystal. 100 immortal crystals was equivalent to 10 million fairy stones. This price. A sky-high price. It was a record of any auction held in the Tianwu continent. This was an absolutely sky-high price, a price that would cause anyone to tremble. Long Fei looked at the veiled girl and his heart sank. He knew very clearly that this girl was not simple and she had an incomparably demonic aura around her. It was the demons. Even the Kunlun mirror were trembling because of this demon. The entire venue instantly quieted down, and all of them looked at Long Fei. Everyone said in their hearts, Promise her, promise her. 10 million fairy stones, what kind of concept was that? If the fairy stones were to be piled up, it would be like a mountain. Fu Tianlong's face was ashen black. He thought he had expected it all, but he realized that he was just a fool, a clown, and a joke in front of Long Fei. What did 10 million fairy stones mean? This meant that it could crush any existence from the merchant union of 10 commercial alliances. Just like that. As long as Long Fei nodded lightly, his wealth would be enough to compete with the 10 commercial alliances. Chen Xiaoshan's face was also ashen. His intestines were about to turn green from regret, if only. At that time, he would not be so harsh to Long Fei, and would not chase them away from the Chen family. Then now. Chen Yueran was like an eggplant that had been frozen, his heart sinking even deeper. It's over, it's all over, it's all over. Murong Fenglei's expression was also extremely ugly. Back then, at God's Phoenix Pavilion, he should have killed him by force. In Box 1. Ha ha. The young lord is indeed the young lord. Old demon, do you think that someone is helping the young master? I sense the aura of that demon sword. It really isn't something that an ordinary master refiner can refine. Unless one of those experts who disappeared from the Long family was the Long family, who was also the strongest refiner in the Sky Martial continent at that time, Long Tianhua. He disappeared along with that tribulation. I don't understand either. Maybe young master had a fortuitous encounter, but you can't say for sure. However, if the people from the Long family are to remain silent and not rise to prominence, then once they do, That would be as fast as a monster, so fast that you wouldn't even be able to react. Ha ha! The young master is so handsome today. 100 immortal crystals, that's not something an ordinary person can take out. This girl should be the daughter of Dark Domain's Domain Lord Song Qianqing, Song Qianqian. She has a special aura on her body, the same aura as her father. She's here too. I heard that she is not an ordinary person. The heavens did not say anything, and she was even born with the cultivation of arrogant immortal state. She is known as the number 1 person in Dark Domain, and also the Holy Maiden of Dark Domain. So what? But you still want to spend money on our young lord's things, ha ha. Do you think the young master will sell it? 10 million fairy stones are enough for him to cultivate for his entire life. Almost everyone was waiting for Long Fei's answer. Sell? Or not to sell? 10 million fairy stones instantly entered the ranks of the wealthy in the Sky Martial continent. Long Fei looked at the veiled girl and said, "I'm sorry, my personal belongings are not for sale right now." Huh! Walala! Just now, everyone held their breaths and waited for the answer. As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, everyone let out a heavy sigh and an uproar ensued. You aren't selling 10 million fairy stones? Heavens, is this kid crazy? If I had 10 million fairy stones, I would definitely be overjoyed. Ha ha ha! Fu Tianlong laughed excitedly. Truly a brainless idiot, you're not even selling this? With these 10 million fairy stones, you can do whatever you want in 10 commercial alliances. It seems I still have a chance. Jin Sanyuan also let out a long sigh of relief. He was also worried that Long Fei would sell it. 10 million primeval stones could crush him into mincemeat. Just when everyone was sighing, the veiled lady continued, 20 million fairy stones. As soon as his voice faded, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. 20 million. Damn it. I can't take it anymore, my heart can't take it anymore. Chen Tianfei became agitated and said, Boss, you're too awesome, wouldn't 20,000 fairy stones directly soar to the top of the rich list? It's too sharp. Everyone was incomparably excited. This was the real deal of the auction. Jin Sunyuan's legs shook and he almost kneeled down. Even if he couldn't withstand 10 million, he would be reduced to smithereens if he were to receive 20 million. At the same time, the hatred in his heart for Long Fei grew even stronger. Long Fei shook his head and laughed. I'm really not selling. Without the Xian Ming sword, Long Fei needed a sword. The combination of this demon lord and the god's devil body would allow it to release its powerful strength, so it would definitely not be sold. Unless, when he succeeded in creating the Zhuge sword again, that would be about right. The veiled girl smiled and said, Are you really not selling? Long Fei said, I'm really not selling. The veiled girl looked at the demon sword with reluctance. Can I touch it? Long Fei did not speak, but the devil sword suddenly hid behind him. This small action caused many people to be alarmed. This demon sword had its own will. Zhou Lian's heart was boiling. At the same time, he was feeling incomparably bitter. I always thought that my refining skills had reached a superb level, but now it seems that I'm just a primary school student. The veiled girl smiled and looked at the magic sword. I will touch you for a moment. Long Fei moved and said, Demon sword. And then, the demon sword lightly swung out, landing in front of the veiled young lady. The veiled young lady gently closed her eyes. Her fair and delicate hands gently touched him. With just that gentle touch, she had withdrawn her hand. Her eyes slowly opened, and a hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. She said to Long Fei, Thank you. It was a very sudden sentence. Long Fei was unable to react in time. At that moment, Long Fei saw a type of longing for family from the eyes of the veiled girl. That look was very special. After saying that, the young girl moved her body slightly. He sat back down on the roof beam and lightly swayed his feet, looking mischievous and mischievous. Strongest upgrade system, at this moment. Long Fei returned to the Holy General and sheathed his devil sword. He stared at Jean Sanyuan and laughed coldly. Fatty Jean, I've already won 2 matches in a row. Is there still a need to compete anymore? Jean Sanyuan's face became stern, and he shouted, Of course there is. Long Fei sneered, If you can't see the coffin, you won't cry. Chapter 28_8419/2356987. The first round was worth 1 point. The first round was worth 1 point. The second scene had a product of 2 points. Long Fei had won 2 rounds consecutively and was already in an invincible position, because, even if he lost the third round, it would still be a draw. However, Jean Sanyuan did not give up. He had already reached this stage. He had no other way out. Defeat. He would lose everything. Victory. He could take back everything. The expressions of the few elders from the 9 business unions sunk. They never thought that they would be forced to such a state, and even more so, thought that Long Fei actually had so many precious treasures. There was still 1 more round left. If he lost again. The faces of the few of them slightly darkened as they whispered, President Jean, why don't we just forget about it? No way. No way. Jean Sanyuan and Long Fei said at almost the same time. Long Fei said, I just gave you a chance, now I won't give you another chance to leave. If you want to leave, that's fine too, but leave behind all the things in your space for me. Brat, you're delusional. Humph. Do you really take yourself seriously? Let's compete then, let's see what else you can take out. All of them instantly became enraged. Because, how could they give such a powerful, great treasure to Long Fei? Long Fei smiled slightly. His heart was also secretly shocked. It's the last match. There were not many things he could do now. Kunlun mirror? No, it wouldn't stop them. Green dragon tripod? That wouldn't do. Only he could feel the existence of the azure dragon ancestor. Underworld summoning seal? The level of these ghost soldiers were too low. Even if they were summoned, they would only be at the bottom of a mortal domain, they would only be mocked by others, not the immortal domain. Thunder Dragon Rod? It was the same. The level was too low. Long Fei was puzzled. The last round, what should I use? He had used up all the materials he had refined. If they were to compete now, it would have to be something that dropped in the past. Just as Long Fei was deep in his thoughts, Jean Sanyuan said slightly, Brat, the third round has 3 points. If we win then it's a tie, and if it's a tie, then it's usually another round, but I don't think you want to waste time. How about this, the final round has 4 points? He wanted a game back. 1 set was enough to shake the world. 1 round was enough to crush Long Fei, the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Fu Shishan immediately said, Long Fei, don't agree to it. Chen Tianfei also shouted loudly, Damn fatty, can you be any more shameless? This was obviously disadvantageous towards Long Fei. He was now invincible. In the third round, his score was 4 points. If he lost, he would lose everything. Jean Sanyuan looked at Long Fei with a face full of pride and said, Kid, do you dare? Long Fei looked at Jean Sanyuan, and the corner of his mouth twitched, then said, We'll do as you say. All right. Jean Sanyuan laughed excitedly. Then let's see what you can bring out in 1 round. As soon as he finished, Jean Sanyuan moved his body, and directly took out a huge cauldron from the space ring, and placed it in front of Xiao Tianwu, and said, Ancient holy artifact, 8 dragons tripod. I believe all of you should be very clear about what this 8 dragons tripod is. That's right. It's the Dragon Clan's treasure, the 8 dragons tripod. Rumor has it that the 8 8-clawed golden dragons have been placed inside the seal, that this cauldron can intimidate and scare all living things in the world, and also, legend has it that this cauldron has hidden the secret passage to the dragon domain. This item. Jean Sanyuan looked at Long Fei complacently and said, He's invincible. Kid, you've lost. Prepare to die, ha ha ha. Arrogant. He was incomparably arrogant. He was afraid that Long Fei would not agree. Now that Long Fei had agreed, he had won for sure. There was nothing that could surpass a 8 dragons tripod. To date, he still had not discovered anything. The treasures left behind by the Dragon Clan were rarely seen in the past 10,000 years, and every single one of them was extremely shocking. Dragon race. The Dragon territory. He was the most mysterious existence in the Tianwu continent. In this era, no one had ever been to the Dragon domain, nor had anyone seen a dragon flying in the sky. At most, it was a lizard dragon. However, Dragon race. The Dragon domain truly did exist in the Sky Martial continent. All sorts of dragon treasures left behind by the ancient era were the best evidence. The 8 dragons tripod was one of them. The 8 golden dragons were ferocious as they roared above the huge cauldron. Each golden dragon was vivid and lifelike, and each golden dragon was filled with dense energy. This kind of strength was enough to make one feel fear. Excited. At this moment, everyone present stood up, stretched their neck and looked at the 8 dragons tripod on the stage, while in the air they shouted, "Roar! Roar!" A deafening dragon roar exploded. It was like bringing a human into a world of dragons in nothingness. Xiao Tianwu's profound handle aura was crushed to pieces. All his defenses were useless in front of the 8 dragons tripod. This was Jin Sunyuan's strongest trump card. The strongest card was to firmly trample Long Fei down at the last crucial moment. The other 8 heads of the Merchant Union let out a long breath. They were all very excited. Kid. No matter how arrogant he is, ha ha. If you have the guts, then do it one more time. Who can contend against the 8 dragons tripod? Aren't you smug? He was so cocky, ha ha. You have this day too. Let's see how long you can jump today. Ha ha ha! The appearance of the 8 dragons tripod gave them a sense of anger, and was finally going to step on Long Fei. Fu Tianlong also laughed in disdain. Brat, you are so arrogant, why aren't you acting so arrogant anymore? Go play with the eggs, ha ha ha! He was also crushed so hard by Long Fei that he was barely able to breathe. He was finally able to calm down. Many people were the same as him. They were unspeakably excited when they saw Long Fei being stepped on. Fu Shishan's body trembled slightly as he said, "We're finished. It's over. I never thought that family gene union would actually have an ancient holy item like that." This time, Chen Tianfei's heart sank as well. He clenched his fists, unable to say a word. Just as Jin Sanyuan had said, 8 dragons tripod were invincible. Even the treasures of the God Emperor Academy could not compare to it. It was simply too strong. Jin Sanyuan laughed with incomparable complacency, and roared loudly while staring at Long Fei. "Brat, you've lost, ha ha! You must have lost." Xiao Tianwu gave a faint reminder and said, "If you can't take out something better than 8 dragons tripod, then you will lose this match." Defeat. This means that they will lose. Losing to the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Long Fei slightly lifted his eyes, looked at Jin Sanyuan, and said, "Third fatty, is it enough to break this ancient sacred artifact of yours? Splitting the ancient holy item? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Everyone laughed loudly. Even a fitted realm-level ranker would not be able to fight a ancient holy item. A mere Long Fei, with his cultivation at the peri-celestial stage, would he be able to cut a 8 dragons tripod apart? Isn't this a joke? Jin Sanyuan laughed mockingly. "If you have something that can cut 8 dragons tripod apart, I admit defeat." The corner of Long Fei's mouth raised slightly and laughed. Chapter 38_8419/2356988. The ancient holy item was invincible. The ancient holy item was invincible. It was impossible. Unless you have a spirit treasure that is even more powerful than ancient holy item. Long Fei's words were like a joke. This sort of common sense was something even a 3-year-old child would know. Xiao Tianwu said, Ancient holy item cannot be cut, and furthermore, you will die from the backlash from the ancient holy item's power. Its power is something you cannot withstand. You should admit defeat. Zhou Yan also frowned and said, Principal Shao is right, no weapon can break it, even the devil sword you used just now is the same. Cut through the ancient holy item? A fantasy story. Countless sounds of ridicule and laughter rang out from below the stage. Is your brain filled with water? Admit defeat, you can't. Brat, this is all your fault. If you don't agree to the points increase, you'll still be tied. This time, ha ha ha, you will lose for sure. The people from the South Horizon region are truly all wondrous. To kill an ancient holy item, you must have a brain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In box 1, the two elders frowned. What the F***K, isn't family gene union too cunning? Merchants are treacherous. Now is not the time to talk about this. The young master is definitely going to lose. Family gene union and the other merchant union will definitely not let him off. They dare. If they dare to touch a single hair on the young lord's head, I'll dig out his ancestral grave, damn it. The two of them began to be cautious. At this moment, their mission was to protect Long Fei's safety. Even they knew clearly that Long Fei had already lost this round, and even in the entire Sky Martial continent, there were very few things that could beat 8 Dragons Tripod. Losing was already a foregone conclusion. They were now worried about Long Fei's safety. Not only were the 9 business unions people eyeing him covetously, the people from the Black Shark faction in the dark were also doing the same. There were too many things in this auction. There were simply too many good things. Many people's eyes were red. Once chaos broke out, they were afraid. Just a huge disturbance, there must be a lot of people attacking Long Fei. Fu Tianlong, the Chun clan, the Mu Rong family would even take this opportunity to make their move, because they had already offended Long Fei. If he survived, it would be a huge threat to them. Jin Sanyuan laughed proudly. Let him chop. Long Fei, hack if you dare. This is even better. It saves us from having to do it ourselves. Jin Sanyuan was already holding on to the victory, so no matter what he took out, it would be useless. He won. The 8 Dragons Tripod will push the family gene union to the highest point. He, Jin Sanyuan, will control the economic life vein of Sky Martial Continent. No one would dare to touch him. When he thought of this, Jin Sanyuan couldn't help but get excited. He pointed at Long Fei's nose and said, Hack kid. Ha ha ha. The people of 9 Business Union were also each more powerful than the last. Huff. Long Fei turned a deaf ear to the surrounding ridiculing laughter, and no one knew what he saw. No one knew that they were communicating with the 8 Dragons Tripod. Even more so, no one knew that the Azure Dragon Ancestor was angry. Ancestor of Dark Dragon God was furious. These. Only he knew. He walked up to the 8 Dragons Tripod and looked at it with eyes full of respect. Ha ha ha. This trash spoke to the 8 Dragons Tripod. Is he crazy? Jin Sanyuan laughed loudly. And then, Long Fei became angry in his heart. 4th level, peerless. Open for me. Buzz. Buzz. Long Fei grabbed out with his right hand and shouted, Give me the blade. Boom. An incomparably furious dragon Salyer appeared out of nowhere and landed on Long Fei's palm. Black and bright. A huge black dragon was coiled on the back of the saber. A thick aura was emitted from it, and at the same time, a series of dragon roars were emitted from the void. It was extremely powerful. It was also at this moment. Everyone's gaze darkened, the entire arena was completely silent, and all of them stared at Long Fei with their eyes wide open. Zhou Lian stared at the dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hand and muttered, This blade. Xiao Tianwu also frowned and muttered, It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the two of them said simultaneously, The ancient weapon manual in the Compendium Pavilion, the supreme saber. It's also a supreme artifact from the South Horizon region. Long families. The dragon Salyer. The two of them became excited. In the 5 great regions of the Tianwu continent, each region had a supreme artifact. The dragon Salyer of the South Horizon region and the Zhuge sword of the Immortal Domain were both existences of supreme artifact. However, this dragon Salyer was somewhat different from the Atlas they saw. Because this was still a 3rd-stage dragon Salyer, what they saw was the peak level. Jin Sanyuan disdainfully said, "What dragon-slaying and dog-slaying knife? Everything in front of the 8 dragons tripod is trash. You want to cut it apart? Ha ha. Even the experts of the fitted realm cannot do it." He was not worried about the dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hands. How strong could supreme artifact from such a trashy place like the South Horizon region be? Not at all. However, the expression in Xiao Tianwu's eyes changed slightly as he stared at Long Fei. His heart sank. Dragon Salyer, Long Fei, Long family of the Southern Domain. Could it be? Is he someone from the Long family? Xiao Tianwu's heart sank again. Dragon surnamed names are extremely rare in the entire Sky Martial continent. If there is one, then one would be a Long family of the South Horizon region. Then he is the one that Elder Gu is looking for. Thinking of this, the look in Xiao Tianwu's eyes changed. It became gloomy. Gu Wuji was his master. He had some understanding of the things that had happened in the South Horizon region. After seeing Long Fei, his heart was restless, but his cultivation was very strong and he didn't reveal anything. Since Long Fei had appeared, there was no need for him to worry. He had to let his master know about this matter so that he could make up his mind. At this moment, Long Fei held onto the dragon Salyer tightly with his right hand, took a step forward, bent his body, and then leaped up. Dark Dragon God is enraged. Dragon God Ancestor, the time for you to show your might has come. Cut it for me. Roar. A gigantic dark dragon god roared out. Even though it was just an illusion, it seemed to be real, sinister, furious, and fearless. At this moment, the dragon spirit killer combined with all the sword chi and slashed down. 1 slash. 10,000 slashes. Rumble. Rumble. Explosions rang out in the void as the entire auction venue trembled. It could not withstand the impact of the blade's impact. It landed on the 8 dragons' tripod. The golden light of the dragon cauldron soared to the sky, and the 8 golden dragons were enraged at the same time. But a strange scene appeared. The 8 golden dragon shadows did not block the saber chi but resonated with it. Buzz. Dao Feng landed on top of the 8 dragons' tripod and tens of thousands of blade auras slashed down at the same time. Chapter 48_8419/2356990. Crack! 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 The 8 dragons' tripod released a series of popping sounds, and the entire body of the dragon cauldron started to crack. Cracks started to shoot out, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire cauldron. No! No, absolutely not. 8 dragons' tripod are ancient holy item, they cannot be split open. They are definitely not possible. Jin Sanyuan instantly fell into the abyss of darkness. Seeing the 8 dragons' tripod continue to crack, he felt as if his heart had died. The 8 dragons' tripod was something he had spent almost everything on. If it breaks, even if Long Fei let him off, the people of Family Jin Union would not let him off. No. No, no. Jin Sanyuan crazily charged forward. However, at that moment, the 8 dragons' tripod turned into powder and collapsed. At this moment, the entire arena began to shake. An incomparably fierce dragon roar rumbled through the void like a thunderclap. Everyone was shocked. The 8 dragons' tripod is broken? It really broke. The ancient holy item can actually shatter? Many people rubbed their eyes and felt like they were going to bleed. Everything from before was like an illusion, they did not believe it, but the 8 dragons tripod powder was there, and if you did not believe it, you had to believe it. Pa! Pa! Imperceptibly, the people who had mocked Long Fei for overestimating their abilities earlier felt their faces burning, as if they had been fiercely slapped by someone. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fu Tianlong's body went limp and fell on the ground. I'm finished. After today, he would no longer have a foothold in the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Chen Shaoshan was also at a loss. His eyes sunk into deep thought. Too powerful. What kind of blade is that? Everyone wanted to know. Not many people knew about the supreme artifact in the South Horizon region, because they didn't think that there was anything good in the South Horizon region at all. It was simply a piece of trash. Now, the people of the South Horizon region, the war device of the South Horizon region, and the blade that was able to slice through ancient holy item from the South Horizon region created a tremendous shock in their hearts. The young lord is so mighty. Ha ha ha. Supreme artifact is just not the same. Dragon Salyer. This is what Dragon Salyer are. What are 8 dragons tripod worth? It is only a ancient holy item, but a Dragon Salyer is a supreme artifact of the Sky Martial Continent. They are specially used to slay dragons, ha ha ha. The 2 men in box 1 laughed excitedly. Even they believed that Long Fei would lose for sure. The ancient holy item was a treasure of the dragon race, who could fight against it, but he didn't expect that it would be shattered by Long Fei's one slash. It was too shocking and caused one's blood to boil. Boss is mighty and domineering, a complete mess. The fat on Chen Tianfei's body trembled as he shouted loudly, Boss, I love you. I want to give birth to your baby. Why the hell would I give birth to you? Xiao Ying punched out violently and shouted, Young Master Long, I want to be a gorilla with you. Looking at Long Fei who was on the stage, he said joyfully, You have truly grown up, and are no longer the young master of the Long family from 4 years ago. You are now the banner-bearer of the Long family. I am truly happy for you. Man Tuolua was the same. He was also shocked from the bottom of his heart, so powerful. On the auction platform, Long Fei stood quietly at his original position, his eyes looking towards the sky as he muttered to himself. It was as if nothing had happened just now. No one could understand. In his body, amongst the green dragon tripod, the azure dragon ancestor's excited voice rang out, Ha ha! Golden dragon, 8 brothers, you've all come out as well, ha ha! The azure dragon patriarch was excited. It's finally out. How many years have you 8 been stuck in the seal? Now I can finally see the light of day. In the void, the 8 golden dragon silhouettes continued to writhe, roaring and going berserk. These scenes could only be seen by Long Fei, because he was the one who undid the seal. Person who released 8 golden dragons. Looking at the shining golden dragon in the sky, the octopus dragon, its power was so strong that it could explode. Long Fei became excited, so strong, so strong. It was also at this time. A golden dragon suddenly spoke, Are you ready? Huh. Long Fei was a little confused. Prepare what? It was also at this moment. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded, turning into a huge body that turned into a churning around before charging down vertically. It simply did not give Long Fei any time to react. He directly rushed through Long Fei's head. Crack. In less than half a second, a golden dragon rushed into Long Fei's body. But there was no pain. Next, the second golden dragon turned and once again heavily crashed down. Rumble. Third day, golden dragon. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th golden dragons all rushed into Long Fei's body. Resonant sounds continuously resonated from within his body. The colossal dragon roared. Not only were there 8 golden dragons, there was also the azure dragon ancestor in the green dragon tripod and the ancestor of dark dragon god in the dragon Salyer. This feeling was very special. Long Fei couldn't help but become excited as well. He didn't even know why he felt such excitement, but it was simple excitement that caused his blood to boil. All of these scenes were only seen and felt by Long Fei himself. The people around could not see anything. 8 dragons entering the body, incomparably powerful. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sea of Consciousness Enhancement, Golden Dragon God Protection. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Mind Strengthening, Golden Dragon Protection. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Strengthened Right Arm, Golden Dragon Arm. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Left Arm Strengthening, Golden Dragon Arm. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Leg Strengthening, Leg Protecting Golden Dragon. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Leg Strengthening, Golden Dragon Leg Protector. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 5 Viscera Strengthening Skill, Golden Dragon Protector. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Soul Strengthening, Golden Dragon Guardian Spirit. 8 consecutive notifications sounded. Long Fei was stunned. He could clearly feel that his body had changed. He could feel the 8 golden dragons around him, and its defense. This was too heaven-defying. Baidu's sister-in-law A.A. Floating Life Strongest Upgrade System. 8 dragons enter the body. These are the 8 golden dragons' power? Long Fei's heart started to boil. He clenched both of his fists. The feeling of his strength exploding out was really too refreshing. As the 8 golden dragons returned to their positions, we pay our respects to the boss. Chapter 5 8_8419/2356992. As soon as his voice faded. Long Fei was so shocked that he almost jumped up. I'm about to go up to the sky. All of the 8-clawed golden dragons call me boss? 8. F***CK. I just F***king want to ask, who else is there? Long Fei was extremely excited. The 8 dragons entering his body had already made him extremely excited, but the sound of the 8 golden dragons greeting their boss almost scared him to the point that he peed his pants. The Azure Dragon Ancestor called him boss. At that time, he thought that he yelled incorrectly and he didn't really believe the words that the Azure Dragon Ancestor said. Now, the 8 golden dragons called him boss again. Could he have recognized the wrong person? Impossible. In that case, was he really a Yuan Long, the leader of the Dragon Clan? But, I am a human, I am a descendant of the Long family. How do I become the leader of the dragon race? F***ck me. I really wish to quickly F***king get to the dragon race and unravel the secrets of the dragon race. I'm going to kill myself out of desperation. Long Fei really wished he could find the dragon domain right now, unravel the secrets of the dragon race, and similarly unravel the secrets of the Long family. Azure Dragon Ancestor. Ancestor of Dark Dragon God among the Dragon Salyer. All of these made Long Fei very excited, and his desire to find the dragon race as well as the secret behind Long family grew even stronger. What was it? Suddenly, Chen Tianfei shouted loudly, "Boss, the 3 fatties trying to escape." At this moment, Long Fei reacted in the blink of an eye as his gaze darkened, and he immediately blocked Jin Sunyuan's way. The corner of his mouth slightly curled as he smiled sinisterly. "Third fatty, you lost, right?" Jin Sunyuan's voice trembled slightly as she said, "My 8 dragons tripod was hacked into pieces by you, what else do you want?" Long Fei laughed. "I don't want anything, I just want your life." Jin Sunyuan's eyes darkened and shouted, "Brat, don't be too overbearing, do you know who I am? Do you know what will happen if you touch me? Humph. I advise you to be more tactful and not cause yourself trouble." "Very arrogant," Long Fei shouted coldly and said, You still dare to be arrogant in front of me at this time? Third fatty, I don't care who you are. I'm willing to admit defeat. Give me your life. Jin Sanyuan was also enraged. He shouted out, merely at the nascent realm, did you think I would be afraid of you? You dog! Go to hell! Suddenly, Jin Sanyuan took out a sharp sword. The sword was glowing, and it was thrusting towards Xiang Longfei's throat. Heh heh! I can even split a 8-dragon's tripod apart, but you, a mere sword? Long Fei's blade slashed down. Clang! The long sword broke into 2 parts, and the huge aura of the dragon's salure directly crushed Jin Sanyuan to the ground. The dragon's salure fell, and stopped him by his neck. Long Fei looked at him with scorn and said, Arrogant, come, come. Let me see how arrogant you are. At the same time, Long Fei's gaze swept across them, coldly staring at the people present, and said, Are you mocking my southern domain? You too are worthy of that? Jin Sunyuan's body trembled as he stuttered, Please spare my dog life, I beg you, please spare my life. Long Fei's eyes darkened. He stared at Jin Sanyuan and said, You're the one who robbed the Fengyuan Merchant Union, right? Jin Sunyuan's body suddenly trembled. How did you know? Obviously. The goods of the Fengyuan Merchant Union were all precious treasures, and out of the items that were to be auctioned, there was only one possibility for them to kidnap someone, a member of the 10 commercial alliances. However, these people from the Merchant Union were exceptionally intelligent when it came to their voices, but they were not good in other areas. Long Fei shouted again, Who else? The of the dragon's salure had already cut into his flesh, causing Jin Sanyuan to instantly piss in fright. He said, Yes, the Murong King's manor gave us the information, if not we wouldn't have known the route of the Fengyuan Merchant Union's goods. Huh! Long Fei's brows tightened. Murong King's manor? Jin Sanyuan immediately replied, Yes, it's the Murong King's estate. The God Emperor City's Murong Prince's estate specifically collects information. Long Fei had always thought that it was Fu Tianlong's doing, but he never thought that it was actually the Murong King's manor. His gaze darkened as he stared at the nearby Murong Fenglei. Murong Fenglei did not speak, but laughed coldly and said, Jin Sanyuan, you cannot speak carelessly, speaking carelessly would kill you. Jin Sanyuan said, I definitely aren't spouting nonsense. I even gave them 3,000 fairy stones and I believe that Murong Fenglei is on top of them. Murong Fenglei's expression changed as he said angrily, Jin Sanyuan, don't you slander me. Murong Tian still had a cold and complacent expression on his face. Staring at Long Fei, he said, So what if it's information that our Murong Prince's manor has leaked in? He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Moreover, there was confidence and disdain in his eyes. No matter what was born today, Long Fei would not be able to escape death. The holy 9th rank was his most fatal weakness. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a cold smile, I won't do anything. Your Murong King's manor is so high up in the sky, so what can I, a kid from the southern domain, do? Murong Tian laughed. You're very tactful, you trash from the southern domain. At this moment, without waiting for Murong Tian to finish speaking, Long Fei's right hand suddenly moved, and slashed horizontally. Shwa! Jin Sunyuan's head flew into the air, and the moment his head landed on the ground, Long Fei's right leg shook, and with a stomp, his head burst out from under his foot, and he shouted sinisterly, I only know how to stomp on his head like this. His voice was filled with authority. The ruthless aura surged out violently. The entire venue suddenly shrieked. At the same time, the black shark idea moved, tell our brothers to take action. As long as he could capture Fu Shishan and the others, everything on Long Fei's body would belong to him. The corners of He Sha's mouth curled up. I am the biggest winner of this auction, ha ha ha. The moment Jin Sunyuan's head was crushed, the system sounded out. Release your striking energy value. Long Fei moved, releasing his striking attribute without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Jin Sanyuan for obtaining 100 experience points, 90 power of celestial and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Fairy Stone Root. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 8 Spirit Essences. Congratulations, player. Explode. Berserk. Jin Sanyuan was the messenger of wealth, going berserk. When he saw the Fairy Stone Root and Spirit Ore, Long Fei became excited. Looking at the distant Murong Tian, he laughed coldly and said, "Just like this." He beheaded another big boss of the Merchant Union in one slash. Ding. Congratulations, player. Another huge explosion. And it's like this. Another blade hacked down, and another Merchant Union leader was killed. Consecutive saber strikes. 9 people in a row. The heads of the 9 business union, the 9 great envoys. It was earth-shattering. Just like that. Chapter 68_8419/2356993. The 9 successive slashes were so sharp that it was a complete mess. The 9 successive slashes were so sharp that it was a complete mess. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react, and so did those Merchant Union bosses. The space ring-s were all piled up. All good things. Yen Huang Ancestor was so happy that it felt like it was his birthday. He laughed so much that he couldn't even speak. He continued to eat. I'm rich, ha ha ha. This time we really are rich. Long Fei did not bother with the ancestor, but instead looked at Murong Tian, who was in the crowd, and coldly laughed. I won't do anything, I will just do as you say. Murong Tian. Are you feeling good or not? Murong Tian's eyes were gloomy, the anger in his heart raging. From the corner of his eyes, he looked into the darkness and realized that He Sha was no longer at his original spot. Then, he sneered, Long Fei, you will feel great later on. It was also at this moment. Xiao Tianwu bellowed and said, Brat, this is the God Emperor City, not your South Heaven region, don't be too arrogant. 9 Business Union great leader was killed. The economy of the God Emperor City would be in chaos, and there might be chaos. This was not a good thing for the God Emperor City. Long Fei turned around and smiled and said, Elder, you heard our bet, it's a bet of life. If I lose, they will take my life as well. Xiao Tianwu's face darkened and said, Killing people here is wrong, so what if you win? At this moment, Long Fei realized that Xiao Tianwu was looking at him differently now. Long Fei observed very carefully and said, So what if it's not right? You are only the principal of the God Emperor Academy. If people respect me for an inch, I respect them for 10 feet. If you dare to be cocky again, I will overturn your ancestral grave. This was Long Fei's personality. You need to be reasonable, and it's the same for Long Fei. But if you do, then I'm sorry. I will slap him with my palm, and he will not give me any face at all. Xiao Tianwu lowered the center of her brows and coldly said, You're too arrogant. Long Fei laughed. Not at all. I brought her out of her mother's womb, and she's been this arrogant since she was born. She can't be changed, can she? Xiao Tianwu's killing intent moved. The dragon salure in Long Fei's hands tightened its grip. Even if his cultivation was weak, he wouldn't yield in the slightest. Crazy. Even if he were to face the principal of the God Emperor Academy, it would be the same. Gu Wuji had seen it all before, it was the same kind of arrogance, the same kind of arrogance. At this moment, he stared at Long Fei and said, Brat, you have to know how to restrain yourself. This is not some poor countryside southern sky region, this is the God Emperor City. Even if you have some ability, it's your fault. You have to lie down, understand? The elders of the God Emperor Academy stood up one after another. They all stared at Long Fei coldly. Zhou Lian also advised in a low voice, Brat, don't be so tough, it won't benefit you. It was soon time for the God Emperor Academy's student recruitment assessment, so it was not wise to offend the elders of God Emperor Academy at this time. However, Long Fei's character was like this: he would absolutely not compromise just because of someone, because of a certain powerful force. He still arrogantly said, "Coiling dragon, crouching tiger? I will. If I were a dragon, if I wanted to soar across the wild universe, what would you all be? If I were a tiger and I wanted to roar at the forest, what would all of you count as? Arrogant. Too savage." All of the elders started to feel displeased. At this moment, Murong Tian said loudly, "Elders, just a while ago, he killed a disciple of the God Emperor Academy. This kind of disaster cannot be left alive." Inflamed passion, the entire audience was in an uproar. He killed the students of the God Emperor Academy? Is he arrogant? Does he still have God Emperor Academy in his eyes? This kind of person must not be allowed to live. To look down on everything else, this is too arrogant. Many of them were disciples who had graduated from God Emperor Academy. God Emperor Academy was a sacred ground. She would absolutely not allow anyone to sully her. At this moment, it caused public outrage. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he stared at Murong Tian and laughed coldly. "Murong Tian, how do you know that I killed God Emperor Academy students?" Murong Tian's expression shook and said, I heard about it." "Ha ha ha!" Long Fei laughed. "You heard it? Did you ever hear that I was the one who did it?" Murong Tian clenched his fists tightly, which made him burst into flames, and said, "Long Fei, I will kill you." Long Fei moved his body, pointed at the Murong Tian in the distance, and laughed. "Come up if you dare, and see who kills who." Murong Tian was angry? Long Fei was even more furious. What happened to God Emperor Academy? God Emperor Academy can bully people? Moreover, these elders of the God Emperor Academy all looked down on the South Horizon region and looked down on him. Since they looked down on him, why should they give him face? Murong Tian raged. Boom! When the demon beast immortal root in his body exploded, a strong power exploded out, and with a leap it descended onto the auction stage as if instantly, and said solemnly, "You trash from the South Horizon region, do not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today, I'll let you experience what it is like to see how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Roar! Roaring with his strength, Murong Tian's hands were covered with a thick layer of beast armor. His strength was incomparably savage. Long Fei couldn't react at all. The level difference was too big. He was above the holy 9th rank, but Murong Tian was already a arrogant immortal state. The difference was almost 20 levels. The difference in realm was something that external forces could not make up for. Boom! Both fists heavily smashed into Long Fei's chest. The power of the demon beast immortal root exploded. Without waiting for Long Fei to react, he struck out with both fists again, causing Long Fei's body to cave in as he staggered backward. Murong Tian chased right after him and sneered, "Trash is trash, weren't you being arrogant just now? If you're capable, then use the backhand." Bang bang! Another 2 punches struck. This attack made Long Fei unable to retaliate in the slightest. Xiao Tianwu sneered. The few elders below the stage did the same, sneering, "You're overestimating yourself." However, Murong Tian continuously struck out, and each time the power of his immortal foundation exploded to the limit. However, it could not severely injure Long Fei. Long Fei could only retreat and did not collapse, nor did he show any signs of pain. The more they fought, the more shocked Murong Tian became. Suddenly, Murong Tian once again struck with his fists, at the same place, and at the same place. At this moment, the dragon salure in Long Fei's hands withdrew, and suddenly grabbed with both of his hands. It firmly grabbed onto both of Murong Tian's hands, and laughed sinisterly. "Have you fought enough? Now it's my turn to counterattack, right? Finished." Long Fei laughed sinisterly, roaring loudly in his heart, Gold Dragon Arm Guard. Baidu search. Half afloat, Power of the Metal Dragon. Open for me. 7th chapter, Little Burst, 2 chapters. Thank you for your monthly tickets. There will still be Berserk this month. Brothers, please support me. 8_8419/2356994. The 8 Gold Dragon was in defense. The 8 Gold Dragon was in defense. Thus, Murong Tian's fist on Long Fei's body did not have any reaction. It was just like scratching an itch. It didn't hurt, but it was pushed back by the force. At the same time each punch landed, a golden light exploded from his body, as if the body was possessed by the 5 dragons, tempering the golden light. Roared. The Armguard dragon suddenly roared, and Long Fei said in a deep voice, "Now, it's my turn, right?" His fists sank. Boom! He moved. Boom! Every time Long Fei moved, his body would release an intense rumbling sound. He was incomparably valiant as he forcefully pushed himself forward. Murong Tian's brows tightened this time. It was because he couldn't react in time. Long Fei's fists exploded, fiercely smashing forward. Boom! His body caved in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The powerful force penetrated through his body, wreaking havoc within his body. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Without waiting for him to retreat, Long Fei once again punched. Boom! Murong Tian spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body shot out in a straight line. Gold Dragon Leg Protector, open! Buzz! Long Fei's footsteps moved. His feet moved as fast as lightning. Before Murong Tian's figure landed, he was already standing behind Murong Tian. You dare to be arrogant with this daddy? Are you ***king worthy? Rumble! One punch. Murong Tian was once again sent flying. He raised his eyes slightly, and with a shake of his right foot, his leg fell into the air, and used his leg as a whip, sweeping downwards. Pft! Ah! Murong Tian screamed miserably for a lifetime, as he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His body heavily smashed into the mountain from midair, causing the ground to cave in and split open. Long Fei did not stop there. He stepped on Murong Tian's head and laughed coldly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Aren't you trying to kill me? Isn't it a high and mighty look? Now, give Lousy another one to show off. Complete defeat Murong Tian. He was oppressed to the point that he had no reaction at all. Murong Tian, who was in the pit, stared straight at Long Fei and said, "Brat, kill me if you dare, kill me, kill me! If you kill me, your woman will die, your brotherhood will die, and everything in the Fengyuan Merchant Union will perish. Ha ha ha! I am the true winner of today's auction, ha ha!" Murong Tian's body was in extreme pain, but he knew that Black Shark would definitely succeed. The bodyguard beside Fu Shishan was not a match for Black Shark at all. What's more, Black Shark had an expert backing him up. Chen Tianfei and the rest were not his opponents at all, so they would definitely be caught. They were Long Fei's weakness. As long as they were under his control, then nothing would be a problem. No matter how strong Long Fei was, he had to kneel before him. Hearing Murong Tian's words, Long Fei became angry in his heart. He looked at room number 13 and said, "If you dare to even touch a single hair of theirs, I will make you wish you were dead." Murong Tian laughed out wildly, "Ha ha! Long Fei, the one who is suffering a fate worse than death is you, right? Let me go now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me. Maybe I will forgive your woman one-on-one, especially that God's Phoenix Pavilion's lady boss. That mature and charming body, I really..." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei fiercely stomped his right foot, causing blood to spurt out of Murong Tian's mouth, making him unable to say a word, but he still continued to laugh maniacally. Long Fei was even angrier. This meant that the more he cared about them, the more he cared about them. This also showed that the more pain he suffered, the more miserable he would suffer. But, at this time, at room number 13's window, Chen Tianfei carried a dead body and tossed it to Murong Tian's side, laughing coldly. Murong Tian, is this the guy you're talking about? Bam! A corpse fell beside Murong Tian. Black Shark Faction's sect leader, He Sha. Murong Tian's face sank. How can that be? How could this be? Long Fei looked at Fatty Chen. Fatty Chen laughed and said, Boss, we are all fine. We are doing very well. As soon as he finished his sentence, Murong Tian was dumbstruck. Impossible, impossible. There are only 5 people in room 13, and none of the people there are Black Sharks match. How could this? How could that be? He did not understand. It was a perfect plan, a complete plan, but why would there be such a major mistake at this critical juncture? In Murong Tian's opinion, Black Shark Faction's sneak attack on room 13 was 100% successful. However, what he didn't know was that in room number 12, all the people in room number 14 had died. They could not hear a single order from the Black Shark. He had no choice. He Sha had just entered room 13, but the moment he entered, he was instantly killed by an old man. As for the Black Shark Faction, he was also killed by another old man. The Black Shark Faction was annihilated in less than a minute. Would never appear in the God Emperor city again. This was something that Murong Tian did not know. The Black Shark Faction is very strong? The number 1 gang in God Emperor city? However, in front of a level ranker, Black Shark Faction was just an ant. He touched our young lord's men? You're courting death. The 2 elders returned to room number 1, their faces full of disdain. What Black Shark? Black Dog Gang? As long as they make a move on our young chieftain, they will all turn into a gang of dead men. Old fart, don't worry about Black Shark Faction, right now. Look at these elders of the God Emperor city, the young master seems to be in danger. The Black Shark was killed. Murong Tian's body started to tremble. Long Fei laughed coldly and said, Murong Tian, what trump cards do you have? You can take them all outright? Ha ha ha! You want to force them to threaten me? Murong Tian, you also did not expect this, right? Long Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as he had been too careless. He was too careless. He didn't think that the silent Murong Prince Manor and Black Shark Faction would make a move against him at the auction. He had never thought of this. He had always been thinking of how to deal with 9 Business Union. Murong Tian's gaze turned towards the nearby Xiao Tianwu, and he said, Xiao Yuan elders, save me. Murong Fenglei also rushed forward and shouted, Brat, you better let him go, or else the Murong Prince's manor will be irreconcilable with you. An elder whispered into Xiao Tianwu's ear. Xiao Tianwu frowned. A disciple that broke the requirement? And then, Xiao Tianwu shouted softly, Long Fei, let him go. The disciples who broke the rules had different statuses. Moreover, Gu Wuji also ordered him to accept all kinds of disciples that were accepted as lousy admissions, because of. The Demon Slayer was one of these disciples that had broken the rules. There must be no mishap. Even though. 36O search. Half floating / / equals Murong Tian was defeated by Long Fei, but the Demon Beast Immortal Foundation on his body was indeed very strong, and the reason why Long Fei was able to win was not because of his strength, but because of some type of spirit treasure. In terms of real strength, Long Fei was not Murong Tian's match. As Xiao Tianwu's voice fell once again, he shouted with a sinking tone, Didn't you hear what I said when I told you to let him go? Long Fei's gaze turned cold as she coldly replied, What if I don't give up? Chapter 18-8419/2356995. What if I don't? Long Fei's gaze turned cold, and did not feel fear just because of him. What if I don't? Long Fei's gaze turned cold, and did not feel fear just because of him. Even if the gods came, he wouldn't be afraid. An exception was no small matter. The faces of the elders turned red with anger. "You dog! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the headmaster like that? You're tired of living. To act so arrogantly in front of us, you should consider whether or not you have the ability to do so." Other than Jolien, all the elders of the God Emperor Academy were furious, as they might attack at any moment. At this moment, the area below the auction platform was in chaos. "Bro, let's take a step back." Facing the God Emperor Academy's elders and principal, he did not dare to be rash. That was the God Emperor Academy. They were here for the God Emperor Academy. If he were to offend the clan elder and the principal before entering the God Emperor Academy, how could he continue to be like this in the future? Very unwise. The veiled girl giggled and said, "Don't be afraid, gobble him up, hee." She was happy. To be exact, he was very excited. Because he felt that Long Fei was really special. If he could do it without saying a word, "He would make me unhappy, then I will make you feel even worse." So arrogant, so arrogant. It was too exciting. On the other hand, the others below the stage were all jeering and jeering. "Kid, if you have the guts, trample him to death." "I'm afraid that you won't dare, right? Brat, you are too arrogant." "Who are they?" "Elder of the God Emperor Academy, principal. If you offend them, do you want to stay?" "Is he crazy? There's no limit to his arrogance. Who dares to be so arrogant in front of you? Do you really think you are the God of Heaven, your father?" He mocked Long Fei for overestimating himself. Some of them wanted Long Fei to stomp them to death, so they could watch a show. At this time, Xiao Tianwu's forehead turned sinister and became serious. "If I were you, I would definitely let it go because you have no choice. If you dare to touch him, I will." Without waiting for Xiao Tianwu to finish speaking, the corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched, his right foot moved, and he said, "So what if I touched him?" It was also at this moment. Xiao Tianwu's figure disappeared. Long Fei couldn't see. He couldn't see Xiao Tianwu's figure at all, and before he even had the time to blink, Xiao Tianwu had already landed in front of him and pushed out with both of his palms. Rumble! Long Fei's chest exploded with a burst of golden light, and his body also explosively retreated. Beneath his chest, his vital energy and blood were roiling, and he was in incomparable discomfort. If not for the Golden Dragon Protector, Long Fei would already be a dead man by now. Murong Fenglei immediately held Murong Tian up. Murong Tian stood behind Xiao Tianwu and said with a complacent look, "You dog, come up and kill me if you dare, ha ha." Cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy. Xiao Tianwu was secretly shocked in his heart as well. There really is a defensive holy artifact, yet it's not injured? He trained in defense. No one knew how to defend better than him, but earlier, when his palms struck Long Fei's body, he could feel that kind of incomparably strong defense. However, Xiao Tianwu stared at Long Fei, his gaze carrying killing intent. Right at this moment, his figure moved again and coldly snorted, "Let's see how many more moves you can take." The cultivation of the virtual immortals stage. It was several tens of levels higher than Long Fei. Even with the Golden Dragon Protector, Long Fei still wouldn't be able to withstand too many attacks. However, since he was going to fight, Long Fei did not admit defeat. Both of his fists sunk as he thought in his heart, "9-grade immortal spirit, come. Patriarch. Stop eating, give me some strength. F***CK. If he makes me unhappy, I will make him even more unhappy." Long Fei yelled as the power in his heart surged. "Don't submit, just do it." Yan Huang Ancestor stopped and said faintly, "Understood." He was Not's match in terms of speed, so Long Fei stood at the same spot, both of his feet rooted to the ground firmly, waiting for Xiao Tianwu to rush up, his eyebrows locked tight. His battle intent was burning. The instant that Xiao Tianwu landed, Long Fei was startled. It was because right at this moment, a black figure descended to block in front of him. Buzz! Rumble! The black figure did not move, but Xiao Tianwu retreated with explosive force. His face was pale white, and the vital energy and blood below his chest was tumbling. The old man in black said coldly, "Enough!" The entire audience shook. Unexpectedly, there was a rancor attacking the principal of God Emperor Academy. Isn't this guy too daring? You want to die? However, a scene that shocked them appeared. The elders of the God Emperor Academy all bowed. Their eyes did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect as they said, "Lord Dean." Even Xiao Tianwu was the same. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Because of his identity. Because of the difference in cultivation. Compared to the old man in front of him, he was like an ant. Dean. First Dean. Isn't God Emperor Academy's principal Zhang Tianai? Why is he an old man? Many people were puzzled. But no one dared to question them, because even the elders of the God Emperor Academy did not dare act rashly, so it was even more so for them. The Black Shadow Elder said slightly, "As the principal of the God Emperor Academy, you actually dared to make a move on a brat. Xiao Tianwu, are you sure you can do it?" Xiao Tianwu immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Headmaster, this brat is too arrogant if we don't give him a bit. You want to teach me a lesson for being so arrogant? Don't you care too much?" He was not even given the chance to finish his words before he was immediately cut off, and his voice was filled with a heavy pressure. Just a little more. Just a little more. Having been forced back by Xiao Tianwu's palm just now, he blamed himself in his heart. If something really happened to Long Fei, how would he face his master? Thus, he was furious. Xiao Tianwu's face darkened. He did not say a single word, and was completely crushed. The other elders immediately lowered their heads, afraid to look into the elder's eyes. The Black Shadow Elder slightly shouted, "You guys don't need to bother with the affairs of the God Emperor Academy. Since the officials have come to the God Emperor City, you guys really have nothing better to do." None of the elders dared to speak or even breathe. The old man in front of him was too powerful. His identity was too special. Furthermore, he could have clearly gone to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals and become an elder, but he chose to give up. This was the first person in history. The key point was, his cultivation was not weaker than the elders from the heavenly S. This was what they were afraid of. Long Fei felt that the old man's back was a little familiar, and his voice sounded as if he had heard him somewhere before. However, Long Fei couldn't remember where he had heard him before. The old man continued, "It's fine as long as it's someone else. Who cares about him? No way." His voice trembled with anger, and the aura that burst out from his body spread out crazily. He said faintly, "Do you know who he is?" It was also at this time. The old man turned and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei was also looking at him, when she suddenly thought of something. "Damn, so it's you, your follower." Second 8_8419/2356996. Follower. Follower. The old man who made the bet with him on Yuling Island. Long Fei suddenly remembered. No wonder it sounds so familiar. His words, "lackey's younger brother," made everyone's hair stand on end. Who is this? When even the God Emperor Academy principal knelt down, those elders did not even dare to raise their heads. And these rancors that they did not dare to look up to were actually referred to by Long Fei as lackeys? Are there any laws? One of the elders immediately shouted, "Kid, you are too presumptuous." Ha ha ha! The Black Shadow Elder laughed out loud, looked at Long Fei and said, "You have yet to enter God Emperor Academy. I still haven't lost, right?" When he was in Yuling Island, he did not know Long Fei. And even more so, did not know of Long Fei's identity and background. When he returned to the God Emperor City, someone told him, he suddenly realized that Long Fei was actually the young master. If he had known at that time, he would most likely have dragged Long Fei all the way to God Emperor Academy. Long Fei grinned and said, "Are you taking the God Emperor Academy exam? Sooner or later." "Ha ha ha! I'm waiting for you." The old man also laughed heartily. Long Fei looked at the old man and said, "You won't go back on your words, right?" The old man laughed. "I, Qiu Wandao, will never go back on my words. As long as you can pass the God Emperor Academy examination, our bet will be settled." Qiu Wandao. The moment this name was mentioned, the entire audience was stunned. Murong Fenglei, Murong Tian, Chen Shaoshan, Chen Yueran and the others were all shocked. Qiu Wandao, who was deemed as the #1 principal of God Emperor Academy, and also the previous principal? He actually wanted to become Long Fei's follower? Everyone was dumbfounded. It had to be known that with Qiu Wandao's status, he had even rejected the invitation of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. This shook the entire immortal domain at that time. But now, he was going to become Long Fei's follower. Murong Tian's scalp went numb. Damn it, when did he get involved with Qiu Wandao? Chen Xiaoshan's heart sank. It's over, we've offended someone we shouldn't have, we're really done for now. Fu Tianlong's body went limp, and fell off the chair, unable to say a single word. The faces of the elders from the God Emperor Academy and Shao Tianwu turned ashen. They never thought that Long Fei and Qiu Wandao would actually know each other, and with Qiu Wandao protecting Long Fei, it could be seen that their relationship was not that simple. What had happened? Long Fei laughed. "That's good, then just wait to be my follower." Qiu Wandao laughed. "Then don't let me down. Entering the God Emperor Academy is extremely difficult, much more difficult than you can imagine." While they were talking, Qiu Wandao looked at the elders of the God Emperor Academy. After offending so many elders, they would definitely make things difficult for you and would definitely not let you pass without any effort. Long Fei was also clear about this in his heart. It seemed like Qiu Wandao was able to crush everything, but he was the former principal, and also, once his identity was exposed, how could Gu Wuji's influence let him off so easily? Of course not. The path of the assessment was naturally filled with many difficulties. Long Fei said in a domineering manner, "Any difficulty will be stepped on by me. If a mountain wants to obstruct me, I will flatten the mountain. If water wants to obstruct me, I will cut down the water. I want this world to have no one who can stop me, Long Fei. No one can stop me." Very wild. Very domineering. His voice echoed in the sky of the auction house for a long time. Qiu Wandao laughed excitedly and said, "What a great saying, no one can stop me. You are truly worthy of being a member of the Long family. I won't help with any of the exams. Everything is up to you. Difficulties are training. If you want to grow, you have to rise through training. I think highly of you." Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei with an excited expression. He was even more excited than when he saw Long Zhanting. This feeling was very special. He couldn't tell either, and could only think in his heart, "Master did not make Long family rise in power, maybe young master can do it." Ha ha ha! Long family! God Emperor Academy, the days in the future will be wonderful. Qiu Wandao's expression changed. His gaze became cold, stared at Shao Tianwu, and shouted, "What are you all still doing here? Why aren't you going back to the God Emperor Academy?" And then, Shao Tianwu immediately crawled up and was about to run out. It was also at this time. Qiu Wandao looked at Murong Tian from the corner of his eyes and asked softly, "You are Murong Tian?" Murong Tian immediately replied, "Disciple is indeed." Qiu Wandao said casually, "Your qualification to pass the examination is cancelled. If you want to enter God Emperor Academy, take the examination yourself." Murong Tian's body slightly trembled, his expression anxious as he asked, "Why?" Qiu Wandao stared at him. "Why? I don't need anything to do this. Do you need a reason?" Murong Fenglei held on to Murong Tian tightly, and said to Qiu Wandao with a respectful smile, "There's no need, there's no need. We'll take the exam, we'll take the test." Then, she dragged Murong Tian and ran out of the auction house. Who didn't know Qiu Wandao's character? Fire. The decision he made would not be changed. No matter how long-winded he was, not only did he not qualify for the exam, he did not even qualify for the exam. What was the dignity of an expert? This was it. This was a true expert. Just a single sentence was enough to cause a person to be unable to move. Want to resist? Try resisting one. Long Fei's heart started boiling. Wow, wouldn't it be great if I could have such a strong ranker as my little brother in the future? Ha ha. Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei and said, "What I'm doing, is it on your terms?" He was referring to revoking Murong Tian's qualification. Like this, Murong Tian would go through the same tests as Long Fei. During the assessment, it was normal for some things to happen and a few people to die. Long Fei nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you." Qiu Wandao laughed and said, "Brat, don't disappoint me. The more others hinder your progress, the more you need to do your best. You need to step on everything beneath your feet and destroy everything. This will be the most powerful way to crush them, do you understand?" Long Fei nodded heavily. "Thank you, senior. I understand. Life. No one can be smooth sailing, but there will be stumbling, villainous, treacherous people. In the face of these things you think of nothing. Do well, forward bravely. The more they obstruct you, the more jealous, hateful, and angry they become. All you have to do is make them even more furious and jealous." Qiu Wandao's figure moved and disappeared from the stage. In box 1, an excited and wild laughter rang out. "Old man, I didn't think that you would actually know the young lord. You sure hid your strength well," an old man said in envy. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? A plus plus, Qiu Wandao said. "I only found out about it later, but, compared to a few years ago, the young master's growth is truly exciting. This time, Long family will definitely rise again." The old man also became excited. "It's time for Long family to rise up, ha ha. Third 8_8419/2356997. Boss, tell me, why were you so mighty? Boss, tell me, why were you so mighty? That guy is so domineering, so enchanting, I was almost mesmerized by you," Fatty Chun said with a big chicken leg in his hand, his mouth dripping with oil. When he was speaking, the drumstick in his mouth was spitting everywhere. Xiao Ying struck out with his fist and said, "Can't I stop your mouth even with a chicken leg?" Xiao Ying leaned on Long Fei and sat down, then said with a face full of infatuation, "Our young master Long is mighty and domineering at all times." Fatty Chun crawled up from the ground and tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat. "Little girl, how much do you love me? Every time you use so much strength." Ha ha! Man Tuoyuo laughed out loud. Returning back to the God's Phoenix Pavilion's backyard, the courtyard was filled with laughter. They were all abnormally happy. Everything that had happened at the auction had caused them to vent their resentment and cause a sensation in the entire God Emperor city. This was an indescribable feeling. Fu Xishan walked into the backyard, his entire body covered in sweat. Long Fei asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Xishan laughed and said, "What else can I do? Of course it's the sound of a good explosion. In just a short hour, you have ordered 100 of them from Shaking Sky, and all of them have been paid in advance, 1,000 fairy stones for one set, 100 of them is 300,000, this is more than our Fengyuan Merchant Union earned in a whole year. The alloy armor has also ordered 20 pieces. Impressive. Relying on these, the Fengyuan Merchant Union's power has directly risen to the top. Very happy. Was not only happy because of his business, but he was also happy because of the things that Long Fei had refined. Fu Xishan said, Long Fei, is your expert able to refine it? Just who had refined these things? Was it Long Fei? They didn't believe it. Because to their knowledge, Long Fei basically did not know how to refine artifacts, and it was even more impossible for him to refine so many good things. What heaven-shaking, alloy armor, Tang Dao, they had never seen these things before. Without waiting for Long Fei's reply, Fu Xishan immediately said, "How about I return these orders?" Long Fei replied, "No need, I'll go find a senior to ask, it should be fine. Sister Yunshan, you don't have to worry, but you shouldn't have too many of these things. If it's too much, it won't show its worth. Also," Long Fei looked at them and said, "I'll see if I can get that senior to refine some alloy armor for all of you. I heard that this time, many of the disciples from other realms have refused to pass and are going through the normal assessment trials. This way they will definitely encounter many powerhouses. When the time comes." He didn't know why these past few days there were endless rumors of people refusing to pass the examination, and all of them were taking the trial. This assessment also became more turbulent. The only thing Long Fei could do was to make them stronger. Fatty Chun was excited, "Ha ha! Do I have one too? Then I want an invincible and powerful great general." Xiao Ying also had an excited look on his face as he said, "Young Master Long, do I have one as well?" Long Fei laughed and said, "All of them." Fatty Chen's 250 catty body was about to pounce on her. He said loudly, "Boss, I've made up my mind. I'll make an exception for you. I love you." A black shadow pressed down. Long Fei said immediately when she felt cold, "Xiao Ying." Xiao Ying suddenly stood up, raised his sleeves and said, "Humph, damn Fatty, you love the earth, right?" His right fist exploded out, sending everything flying. Bam! Fatty Chun had made the most intimate contact with the earth. A violence. One was invincible in defense. Don't look at how the fatty was always sent flying, but every time his body was struck, his defensive power would increase. Xiao Ying was the same. Every time her power exploded a little bit, her violent immortal root would become stronger. At this moment, the door to the backyard was pushed open, revealing Fu Tianlong and the other two inside. Long Fei's brows tightened. Fu Xishan immediately shouted, "What are the three of you doing here? I told you all, you're not welcome here." Fu Tianlong directly knelt in front of Long Fei and said, "We are wrong, young Master Long. Can you give us another chance? Young Master Long, please spare us this once. Young Master Long, we were wrong." No matter from what aspect, Long Fei completely dominated them. Moreover, this matter was known by the Fu family, and they only had one ending: to expel the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Long Fei looked at Fu Xishan. Fu Xishan said, "You will be in charge of this matter." Long Fei looked at the expression in Fu Xishan's eyes, smiled, and said, "You are members of the Fengyuan Merchant Union, it has nothing to do with me." "Huh!" Fu Tianlong was startled. He immediately looked at Fu Xishan and said, "Niece Yunshan, we were wrong, please forgive us this once, we really do not dare anymore." Right now, the Fengyuan Merchant Union needed manpower. 9 business unions' big shots were killed, the treasures were lost, and the business was shaky. It wouldn't be long before the Fengyuan Merchant Union took them. At this moment, Fu Xishan needed help. Long Fei slightly said, "Sis, why don't we give them a chance?" Fu Xishan was secretly grateful in his heart as he said, "Uncle Tianlong, you heard it. I'll give you a chance." Fu Tianlong was moved to tears and said, "Thank you, young Master Long, thank you, Yunshan. We don't dare anymore." Fu Xishan said, "I will forgive you all, but you all must take responsibility for the mistakes you made. From today onwards, you all will be my attendants in the God's Phoenix Pavilion. From the looks of your performance, if you all perform well, your position will be promoted." Fu Tianlong did not speak. He directly ran into the God's Phoenix Pavilion and said loudly, "Please come in, esteemed guest." The other 2 elders also followed. Fu Xishan slightly smiled, walked to Long Fei's side and said, "Thank you." Long Fei said, "Sis, why are you being so polite with me?" "Right. 2 days ago, Principal Zhou from God Emperor Academy came to the store to look for you. Because you were resting, I rejected his request. Today you came again. Do you want to see him?" That was the reason why Fu Xishan came to the backyard. Long Fei's eyes moved. Ancient desolate war axe? He immediately said, "Bring him in." Without saying it, he had forgotten. Zhou Lian still owed him a great desolate war axe. Without waiting for Fu Xishan to call for him, Zhou Lian had already rushed to the backyard, but he was unable to stop her no matter what. "If I don't see Long Fei today, I won't leave." Zhou Lian studied the alloy armor for 2 days with a head full of fog. The more he studied it, the more confused he became, and the more confused he became, he couldn't figure out how exactly this kind of alloy armor was refined. As for artifact forging, he had a bit of a Qigong deviation. TL. Chinese idiom. Qigong meaning Qigong equals 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 Qigong. Long Fei stepped forward and said, "Elder Zhou." When Zhou Lian saw Long Fei, he immediately dashed out of Fu Tianlong's way. Walking in front of Long Fei, he directly said, "How do you want to achieve ideas control? Equals semi/floating life plus." He didn't ask any questions. The reason he came up was for refining. Long Fei laughed. "You want to know?" Zhou Lian said, "You've been bothering me for the past 3 days. I've almost cracked my brain, but I still can't understand how exactly did you do it?" Long Fei said, "If you want to know, that's fine, but you have to acknowledge me as your master." 4th 8_8419/2356998. Plop. A sound. Plop. A sound. Zhou Lian didn't even think as he directly knelt in front of Long Fei, kowtowed heavily, and said, "Disciple greets master." Long Fei was immediately shocked. He was just speaking casually. He did not expect Zhou Lian to take it seriously. Long Fei had seen martial arts fanatics before, but it was the first time Long Fei had seen someone so obsessed with artifact forging. Long Fei immediately supported Zhou Lian. "Elder, I was just joking just now, don't take it as the truth." Zhou Lian kneeled on the ground and did not get up. He said, "I am not joking, I am very serious. I am here to acknowledge you as my master today. If you do not agree, I will not get up." Long Fei was stunned. Man Tuoluo and the others were also shocked. An elder of the God Emperor Academy, his status was supreme. Kneeling down just like that, acknowledging a teacher. It frightened them all. Long Fei said, I do not have the qualifications to be your master, quickly get up." Zhou Lian said, "Don't even think about it, if you do not acknowledge me as your disciple today, I will not get up. If you do not recognize me as your disciple, is it because you do not want to tell me the secrets behind the alloy armor's refining?" At this moment, Zhou Lian was about to cry. 3 days and 3 nights. For the entire 3 days and 3 nights, he studied the alloy armor, and did not stop at all. No matter if it was in terms of forging methods, or the characteristics of the alloy armor's external appearance, the most important thing was how did the idea perceive it? He couldn't figure it out even if he tried. If he still didn't figure it out, he really would go crazy. No one could understand that feeling. It was truly infuriating. Long Fei was speechless and said, all right, you can stand up, I promise you, is that not enough?" Zhou Lian said with a serious face. "You said it yourself, you all heard it, don't think you can go back on your words." Long Fei. After Zhou Lian got up, he asked once more, "Master, how exactly did you do it?" Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, "These are not all things that I refined, but I know some of the questions you're asking." Zhou eyes flashed as he looked at Long Fei excitedly. Long Fei said, I can tell you, but if you want to help me, no, I think you should help the Fengyuan Merchant Union refine artifact. Zhou said without even thinking, I am willing. All right. Long Fei also needed a helper. There was still half a month before the God Emperor Academy's assessment, so he had to make some preparations. He had yet to fuse with a single immortal foundation, so he was unable to break through and level up. Letting Zhou create a alloy armor that could shake the sky, this was even better, so he had time. Over the next few days, Long Fei had even been teaching Zhou how to refine sky tremor and alloy armor. He had to say it. Zhou was a madman, he was extremely crazy. His talent in artifact forging was astonishing, and he was the strongest Long Fei had ever seen. Just a bit more and he would be refining like crazy. 3 days. He then grasped how to refine Heaven-Shaking Pill. Long Fei said, First, refine 100 of Heaven-Shaking Sword. After you finish refining, I will teach you how to refine alloy armor. Zhou replied, Disciple understands. He really treated Long Fei's disciple with not the slightest airs of an elder of the God Emperor Academy in his presence, so he was also incomparably respectful towards Long Fei. In addition, you must eat on time. If you do not eat and rest on time, I will not tell you how to refine alloy armor. Long Fei had to ask him. Otherwise, this madman, Zhou would have been able to refine 100 heaven-shaking booms in the shortest amount of time possible. Zhou replied, Disciple understands. At night, Long Fei walked to the center of the courtyard and let out a long sigh. Man Tuoluo was cultivating a poison pill, and she had been working even harder during this period. Xiao Ying and Fatty Churn had gone off somewhere else, and were similarly cultivating, wanting to follow Long Fei into the God Emperor Academy. At this moment, Fu Xishan walked into the courtyard. Long Fei immediately asked, Have you found anything? Fu Xishan shook his head and said, No, Lu Luoxi and the others did not come to God Emperor City. Tomorrow I will send more people to investigate. Long Fei frowned, You haven't arrived yet? During this time, he was worried about Li Yuanba, Zhou and the others. According to their agreement, they should be rushing to the God Emperor City as well, but, in a few days, God Emperor Academy will be taking the examination. Since they still haven't appeared, Long Fei had no choice but to worry. Zhou, you leopard girl, are you alright? 4 Great Vajra, Lu Luoxi, why haven't you come? Long Fei was a little worried that something would happen to them. He wasn't worried about anything else, he was worried that the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals would attack the southern domain again. They were worried that Gu Wuji and Tai Hong would attack them again. Once he entered the immortal domain, he understood how powerful the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals was. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there was probably no one that was stronger than the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. It not only controlled the entire God Emperor Academy, he also controls all the rankers in immortal domain. It was an unshakable existence. The supreme god of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals was also the strongest in the immortal domain. If he were to make a move against the southern domain, no one would be able to stop him. Fu Xishan said, Don't worry, maybe they didn't come. Long Fei said, I hope that's the case. I actually hope that they're still in the South Horizon region. Grandfather! Are you all right? Long Fei looked at the night sky, his eyes filled with longing. Fu Xishan looked at Long Fei, and silently left the courtyard. Long Fei moved and said to the Yan Huang ancestor, Ancestor, how is the nurturing of the Yin soldiers in the Yellow Spring summoning seal? I want to send someone to take a look at the South Horizon region. Long Fei was still worried. Yan Huang and the old man chuckled, and said, 5 immortal crystals, I have already nurtured a Yin soldier from the virtual immortal stage, and the other Yin soldiers have also stepped into the spiritual level. Virtual Immortals stage? Long Fei's heart shook and he was dumbstruck. Damn, you're awesome. Yan Huang Ancestor laughed proudly. Of course, how could my Emperor Yan Huang not be powerful? If you give me more immortal crystals, I can nurture these ghost soldiers to the fitted realm, a level of invincible existences. In addition, I forced your idea into their own bodies, they will only listen to one of your orders. The old patriarch said. 1,000 ghost soldiers was not easy to control. What if they rebelled? The Yan Huang Ancestor must save a trick for Long Fei. Long Fei said, Thank you, Ancestor. The Yan Huang Ancestor laughed. Why are you being polite with me? Do you want to know who broke through the virtual immortals stage? Yan Huang Ancestor became excited. Long Fei immediately said, Take a look. And then, Yan Huang Ancestor's chi moved, a strand of Yin body floated out from the Yellow Springs summoning seal. Disciple Lang Qianli greets boss. Huh. It's actually you who broke through the virtual immortals stage first? Long Fei was startled. Lang Qianli lewdly laughed and said, Hee hee. Long Fei said, Right now go back to the southern domain. I want to know how my grandfather and the others are doing. Go and come back quickly. Lang Qianli immediately replied, Disciple understands. He turned into a ball of light and disappeared. What shocking speed! Long Fei was shocked. The Yan Huang Ancestor said, His speed is top-notch, virtual immortal stage. He can be considered an expert even in the immortal domain. Right. Baidu's sister-in-law, a half. Floating Life strongest upgrade system. Are your space ring fused or not? If I don't fuse them, I won't be able to hold myself back. Long Fei immediately said, Damn, of course we have to fuse them. Immediately fuse them. Chapter 5. Thank you, Brother Tian, the scenery along the way, for your strong monthly tickets. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly tickets 8_8419/2356999. The Fairy Stone Root S were unique. The Fairy Stone Root S were unique. The most powerful part of this immortal foundation was its endless power of celestial. Of course, this was for other ordinary warriors. What about Long Fei? His pubes was shattered and was unable to use the normal way to absorb the nature's spirit energy. He could only rely on killing to absorb it. Then what would happen to the Fairy Stone Root? Long Fei's mind stirred, and he looked at the Fairy Stone Root in his mind as he gently exhaled and said, If I don't fuse them, I won't be able to break through. There's no other choice. Fuse. Ding. Are you sure you want to fuse with a Fairy Stone Root? Long Fei, confirmed. Ding. Beginning fusion. Buzz. His mind sunk, and immediately after, the Fairy Stone Root disappeared. A dense energy started to surge into his 4 limbs and all over his body. It was extremely powerful, and poured into Long Fei's body like a torrential flood. His body was trembling. Yan Huang Ancestor slightly said, Brat, persevere. The blend of fairy vein would definitely suffer because the immortal foundation is helping to change your body. It will become a part of your body, and this process will be painful. In this world, Long Fei was afraid of everything except pain. When he felt the strong impact, intense pain exploded in his limbs and bones. It was as if he did not feel any pain at all. At this moment, all he had was excitement. Hopefully, it will be like the description, possessing an endless supply of power of celestial S. If that's the case, I might be able to turn Yen Long into God very soon, hee hee. Long Fei was excited. Training this set of turn Yen Long into God required 1,000,000 points. With his current power of celestial value of tens of thousands of points, it would take too long. He couldn't wait. How Yi was doing now, he didn't know. However, could tell that the reason for Xiao Tianwu's sudden transformation was most likely because of his identity. They should be Gu Wuji's men. The God Emperor Academy must be incredibly dangerous. He had to make himself strong enough, the extent to which he need not be afraid even if he were to meet Gu Wuji. He was in the South Horizon region. He wanted the South Horizon region to rise to prominence. He wanted everyone to have a whole new level of respect for the South Horizon region. The only way for him was to stand at the peak of this world. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Long Fei's body was covered in perspiration and he was trembling non-stop. Suddenly, buzz! In Long Fei's mind, a fairy stones quietly stood there, dispersing this bit of power of celestial. It was like a divine stone in a movie, sparkling with radiance. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully fusing with Fairy Stone Root with 100 experience points, Power of Celestial 100 points, and a special reward of 100 points. Ding! System notification. Player cannot level up. Ding! System notification. Players need to fuse with a second-level fairy route to be able to level up. Fairy Stone Root were just level 1 Immortal Root. If one wanted to break through the spiritual level, they must first obtain the second-level fairy route, otherwise they would not be able to break through this shackle. Long Fei did not think about all these, but started to check the attributes of the Fairy Stone Root. Item: Fairy Stone Root Grade, Grade 1, Martial Saint, Attribute, Power of Celestial Description. The Fairy Stone Root is able to continuously release power of Celestial to nourish the body. Description 2. When the Wang family's power of Celestial value drops to 50 points, the Immortal Foundation will stop supporting the body's power of Celestial and release it to the player. Description 3. The higher the level of the power of Celestial's Immortal Foundation, the stronger the power of Celestial it will reveal. Ha! Ha ha ha! Long Fei shouted excitedly, as expected. It can actually nourish the physical body? This was something that Long Fei had completely not expected. Moreover, the moment the blend of fairy veins succeeded, Long Fei could clearly feel the 8-clawed golden dragon let out a comfortable moan, and his 8-clawed golden dragon protector was concealed within his own body. He also needed strength, and the Fairy Stone Root provided them with an endless supply of power of Celestial. It made them excited. Long Fei secretly thought, could it be? Is the 8-clawed golden dragon going to level up again? The main strength of the 8-clawed golden dragon was its protective ability. If they could level up, then their strength would become even greater, and it would no longer be as simple as just protecting their bodies. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed excitedly. Bugue has unique immortal roots, it's really too outrageous. Patriarch, can you absorb it? Long Fei asked. The Yen Huang ancestor said, I'm not even a part of your body, how would I be able to absorb? He could feel the strength of the Fairy Stone Root and muttered, if I had known earlier that I could be so strong, I would have eaten it in secret. Then wouldn't I still be flying? Sigh. He was extremely vexed. However, he was genuinely happy for Long Fei to be able to fuse with such a powerful immortal foundation. Long Fei asked, Ancestor, how do I break through to the immortal foundation? The Fairy Stone Root was only at level 1, so if he wanted to obtain more power, he had to raise it to a higher level. Yen Huang ancestor said, this is the same as cultivation, it needs to continuously stimulate its potential, stimulate its power out, and break through its limits time and time again, in order to level up time and time again. However, Brat, your immortal foundation is indeed powerful, but looking at it from another perspective, it is also a piece of trash immortal foundation because it does not have any offensive power, nor does it have any supplementary power. The Yen Huang ancestor said softly, it can only provide you with power of celestial to nourish your body. The immortal foundation was divided into two main branches. Attack type, auxiliary type. Blade and sword, demon beast had a powerful attacking power, it could fight for it. Immortal grass spirit root, plant spirit root. These series of immortal roots are auxiliary type, able to help you in alchemy, artifact forging, and the carving of formations. Other than providing the power of celestial, the fairy stone root was unable to help Long Fei. However, to others this might not be useful, but for people like Long Fei who can't cast skills without a blue capacity, the power of celestial was just too important. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Providing power of celestial, nourishing the body is good enough. As for fighting strength and supporting abilities, I have you, didn't I? If we can't win, let go of the ancestor." Ha ha ha! Yan Huang ancestor also laughed. "You brat." Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the night sky, a natural phenomenon. The entire night sky became distorted. Long Fei did not notice, as he looked at the sky filled with stars. "It's so late, who's firing the cannons and it's still so loud? F***ck. Are you even letting me sleep?" Long Fei did not notice. But half of God Emperor City was shocked. Natural phenomenon, thunderclap is infuriated. Is this the birth of an immortal foundation? Or the descent of the infernal king? Go investigate immediately. Chapter 18_8419/2357000. Long Fei went to sleep. Long Fei went to sleep. The thunder rumbled for half a night, but he completely ignored it. In his opinion, where did the mountain break? However, God Emperor City, God Emperor Academy, and even the Heavenly Hall of Immortals were shocked. Stars filled the sky as lightning raged. This was a natural phenomenon. Inside the Heavenly Hall of Immortals, is it a demon? Or immortal foundation? Or is it the appearance of the demon slayer? Supreme God frowned. His face was gloomy, everything else was fine, but this time it was at the foot of the mountain of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. How could he not be anxious when he was right beside the God Emperor City? What he cultivated was the path of destiny, everything was fate. The demon owl had escaped being bound, losing his balance and losing his balance. This was also fate. If he wanted to kill these giant demons, then he would need the appearance of the demon slayer. Otherwise, the Sky Martial continent would be destroyed, and no one would be able to avoid it. One of the elders said, "Supreme God, there isn't any large array of seal within a 5,000-kilometer radius, nor is it possible for the demon owl to break through again. I should be holding it up to the immortal foundation that was born from heaven and earth. Even if it isn't a mortal foundation, it has nothing to do with giant demons. I also sensed it on my way here, but there wasn't an especially strong demon intent attacking me." Yeah. But what if it was a troll? Since the demon slayer has not appeared yet, how can we resist it? What are you afraid of? Are we vegetarians? Our ancestors were able to take care of these giant demon seal. Why can't we? Why should we be afraid of him? Our ancestor, the seal? Most of these owls and devils are from the Long family, so why don't the people from the Long family kill these devils? I reckon the people from the Long family can only use the seal, and can't kill them. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to find out the reason behind this natural phenomenon. I think this matter must be related to the demon slayer. Maybe the devil slayer is about to appear. Speaking of demon slayer, I have to say one person, the former principal of God Emperor Academy, Qiu Wandao. He actually interfered with the matters of the God Emperor Academy, and even disqualified a young man with extraordinary talent from passing the examination in front of so many people. What is this? Isn't Qiu Wandao a little too arrogant? Qiu Wandao has always been a very arrogant person. To actually reject the Supreme God's invitation, what does he count as? Is he looking down on the heavenly? If you don't teach him a lesson, do you really think that our Tong Tian Hall of Immortals is an easy target? As he spoke, the building tilted. It was the same even for powerhouses of the same level. To discuss this matter, to discuss it, would become another matter. Supreme God shouted and said, I told you guys to discuss this natural phenomenon. I didn't want you guys to chatter endlessly and scold us like a shrew. And then, Supreme God said lightly, I will take care of Chiu Wandao's matter. It was also at this time. A ray of starlight fell and a star spirit messenger returned to the main hall. He knelt on one knee and said, reporting to Supreme God, the thunder is in a mountain 8,000 kilometers away from God Emperor City. This mountain is called Thunder Mountains. It was named because of the rolling thunder and lightning. Other than that, I have checked the history record. There has never been a giant devil owl with a seal in the Thunder Mountains, so it should be possible to rule out the possibility of a giant demon breaking through the seal. As soon as his voice faded, all of the elders in the hall relaxed slightly. Many people grinned, ha ha. I said it definitely wasn't born from a giant demon. Exactly. Even if the giant demon has the guts, he wouldn't dare to be impudent under the feet of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Why didn't I see you guys like that just now? Elderly, what do you mean by this? What is it? Am I wrong? Weren't you scared like a grandson just now? King grandson. Supreme God took a deep breath and shouted, enough! The hall instantly turned silent. Supreme God asked, have you investigated it clearly? The Spirit Star Envoy said heavily, investigate carefully, it is definitely not the million-strong giant demon breaking through the seal, unless… Supreme God frowned and asked, unless what? The messenger said, unless this giant demon isn't recorded in the annals of history. Supreme God relaxed a little. He did not need to worry about that, because all the giant demons of the seal were recorded in order to prevent the future of the breaking through the seal. Since that's the case, everyone can go back. In addition, although the giant demon did not appear within the boundaries of the God Emperor City, the devil intent is becoming more and more powerful. The western devil flames are burning crazily. I am afraid it will not be long before I reach the immortal domain. Now you all better hurry up and find the demon slayer. Do you understand? Supreme God's voice was imposing. All the elders answered in unison, as you wish. The devils all had breaking through the seal shackles. The devil fire from the west was getting stronger and stronger every day, and it wouldn't be long before they enter the immortal domain. If there weren't any demon slaughterers at that time, maybe. A calamity was about to befall the Tianwu continent. The night passed in turmoil. The next morning, before the god's phoenix pavilion even opened its doors, a few strong-built men wearing beast skins rushed in. How could Fu Tianlong and a few old bones stop it? Young Master Long. Young Master Long. Young Master Long. Something terrible has happened. The one who came was Lei Chong, the young master of the wilderness region. He rushed to the courtyard and shouted, Young Master Long, where are you? Crying out so early in the morning. Chen Tianfei stretched his back and walked out of the room. During this period of time, he trained with his life on the line. Fatty Chen, where's young Master Long? Lei Zhong said, you can still sleep at this time? You guys really, don't you know what happened last night? Long Fei coincidentally walked out of the room at this time and asked, what's the big deal? Seeing Long Fei's reaction, Lei Zhong immediately became excited and said, we were born with an abnormal sign, the Thunder Mountains was wrecked, and I heard that it was an unearthed peerless immortal root. Also, it's even said that it's the giant demon breaking through the seal. There is another rumor saying that the God Emperor Academy's assessment will be held ahead of time, and that it will be the Demon Slayer's assessment. Lei Zhong's face was filled with excitement. He had come to God Emperor City not long ago, but, with his identity as the young master of the wilderness, it wasn't hard for him to obtain this information. After hearing the news, he immediately came to look for Long Fei. Long Fei muttered, The assessment of the demon slayer? What does this have to do with me? Long Fei turned around, and as if he was returning to his room, he said, "Continue sleeping." Lei Zhong pulled him back and said, "Young Master Long, don't tell me you don't want to become a demon slayer? Didn't they all want to become demon slayer after entering the God Emperor Academy?" Table of Contents. Becoming a demon slayer and saving the Tianwu continent from disaster is what a hero should do. #float** life. Long Fei looked at Lei Zhong's hot-blooded face and said, "I don't want to become a demon slayer." Lei Zhong asked, "Then why did you take the God Emperor Academy exam?" Long Fei laughed. "Pretend." Lei Zhong. Chapter 28_8419/2357001. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I was just joking with you. Long Fei laughed and said, "However, I am not interested in any natural phenomenon or demon slayer. It's true." His main purpose of coming to the God Emperor Academy was to find his father and look for the dragon region. The other was to save Seigneury. As for the demon slayer? Who cares what the hell? However, Long Fei's mind slightly sunk as he muttered, "Demon slayer? Giant demon? The 18th level of hell?" Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in Long Fei's eyes as he asked, "Are you saying that there's a possibility of the giant demon from 1,000,000 years ago appearing in Thunder Mountains?" Lei Zhong originally had no confidence in himself, but after seeing Long Fei ask this question, he immediately said, "That's right, I obtained this information from the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. It's very possible that it's the giant demon breaking through the seal from 1,000,000 years ago. So, whoever can kill the giant demon this time is the strongest person in the Sky Martial Continent, the first demon slayer." He spoke very excitedly. His goal in coming to God Emperor Academy was to become a demon slayer. Being a hero was his dream since he was young. Long Fei thought for a moment, then immediately said, "Fatty Chen, get ready. Xiaoing, go ask your young miss to prepare. This time, we have to go for the biggest one." Long Fei immediately became excited. He wasn't trying to become a demon slayer, nor was he trying to become a hero. What he wanted was only one, to repair the broken second layer of the 18th level of Hell. Scissor Hell. When the gravity troll was on the first floor, he was simply too valiant. If there really was a giant demon in Thunder Mountains, then, would he become the second troll in the 18 Hells? Thinking about this, Long Fei's blood started to boil. At this moment, Fu Xishan hurriedly entered the backyard and said, "You're not allowed to go." "Huh! Huh!" Long Fei was startled. Lei Zhong immediately asked, "Who said you can't go?" Fu Xishan said in an overbearing manner, "I said so." Lei Zhong immediately became weak and stood beside Long Fei. Fu Xishan immediately said, "I heard about this matter, it's too dangerous. Forget about the fact that there aren't any giant demons in Thunder Mountains. Just those experts that enter the Thunder Mountains are already extremely dangerous existences. The auction has just started and we've offended too many people. It's very dangerous to go out now, so I won't allow you to go out." Fu Xishan acted like a big sister. God Emperor Academy's elder, principal. The Murong King's Mansion, the Chen family, the 9 Business Union, and the Black Shark faction of the God Emperor City. These are all superficial. There are also dangerous people you don't know about in the dark. Once Long Fei leaves this place, there would definitely be danger. Fu Xishan thought about many things. Unless Long Fei entered the God Emperor Academy, she would not let him leave. Long Fei said, "Sis, don't worry, I have always been the one to be bullied, it isn't my turn to be bullied." Lei Zhong immediately said, "Big sister, with me here, I definitely won't let young Master Long injure even a hair on his head. You can be at ease." Fu Xishan glared and said, "I don't need to worry about you, you big fella." Lei Zhong's body shrunk. He didn't dare to say anything else. Fu Shishan had a very powerful aura around him. This aura did not belong to the martial arts training, but rather it belonged to the powerful spirit of someone in a position of power. Right now, she was controlling half of the God Emperor City's economic lifeline, so her courage was naturally extraordinary. This was also a form of cultivation for her. Fu Shishan said, "If I say you can't go, then you're not allowed to. There are still 10 days until the God Emperor Academy's assessment. During this period of time, if you focus on your cultivation, once you enter God Emperor Academy, I won't bother about you anymore." Lei was impotent, but it seemed like there was still no hope. Long Fei stepped forward and said, "Sis, you probably don't know yet?" Fu Shishan asked, "What do you know?" Long Fei said, "The God Emperor Academy's assessment has already begun." Fu Shishan was startled and said, "Since when did it start? Why didn't it be announced?" "Kid, you want to lie to me?" Long Fei immediately said in a low voice. "Sis, don't you think about how it is possible for a giant demon to appear within the boundaries of the God Emperor Academy? This is all because of the rumors released by the God Emperor Academy. This is the command of the Heavenly Hall of Immortals." Fu Shishan was startled and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei stuck close to Fu Shishan's ear and said gently, "This is the information that Principal Chiu revealed to me. Am I going to stir up this mess? I'm feeling pretty full." Fu Shishan was startled yet again. Looking at the serious expression on Long Fei's face, he asked, "Really?" Long Fei immediately said, "Do I still dare to lie to you? You are my sister." Fu Shishan's tone slightly loosened and said, "That's still dangerous." Long Fei said softly, "Sis, don't worry. Dean Chiu will protect me secretly. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about this." Fu Shishan was completely relieved and said slightly, "Since that's the case, then go. Everything has to be careful." Long Fei straightened his posture and said, "I will definitely be careful." And then, Long Fei asked Fatty and Lei Zhong, "Are you ready?" Xiao Ying and Man Tuolua walked out of the room. The four of them said at the same time, "Ready." Long Fei said, "Then what are you waiting for? Come out." Fu Shishan immediately yelled again, "Wait." Long Fei's body shrank as he asked, "Sis, what's wrong again?" He was really worried that Fu Shishan would stop him. Fu Shishan said, "I asked the kitchen to prepare some food, you guys bring it along the way to eat." She already knew that she wouldn't be able to stop Long Fei. Long Fei hugged Fu Shishan and said, "Sis, you're really great." Suddenly, he hugged. Fu Shishan could not take it anymore, her heart was thumping hard, her cheeks were red. Suddenly, Long Fei said, "Aya." Fu Shishan asked, "What's wrong?" Long Fei said, "My chest is being held back by 2 balls of stuff, it's so painful." Fu Shishan was enraged, "Stinking brat, you dare eat my tofu, are you looking for a beating?" Wave after wave of people leaving the city were all rushing towards the Thunder Mountains. Even though the Heavenly Hall of Immortals had clearly stated that the Thunder Mountains did not possess the giant demon breaking through the seal, but the more he explained, the more people felt that there must be giant demons in the Thunder Mountains, and even if there weren't any giant demons, there would definitely be some good stuff there. Otherwise, why would Tong Tian Hall of Immortals investigate all this? And then again, the more the news spread, the more outrageous it would become. It was just like how a few people from Metro would eventually turn into a bunch of broads. Bang! 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 Thus, basically, all the examinees who came to the God Emperor City were rushing to the Thunder Mountains, hoping to become Demon Slayer. This was also the reason they came to the God Emperor City. Whoever could become a Demon Slayer would be able to soar into the sky. That kid went out. Alright. Sister-in-law of 10-/+ health, strongest upgrade system, you dog, you've caused us to become like this. No matter what, we must make him die without a burial ground. Elder, Should we report this to the higher-ups? No need, I'll bear all the consequences. Long Fei, I will kill you. Chapter 38_8419/2357002. Long Fei did not come out during this time. He was in God's Phoenix Pavilion, but, during this time, the people around God's Phoenix Pavilion were all assassins hired by the 9 Business Union with huge amounts of money. Long Fei did not come out during this time. He was in God's Phoenix Pavilion, but, during this time, the people around God's Phoenix Pavilion were all assassins hired by the 9 Business Union with huge amounts of money. Their only goal was Long Fei's head. The auction had left the 9 Business Union almost completely wiped out, and they could not stay in the God Emperor City anymore as they had to vent their anger no matter what. Also, Murong Mansion. The moment Long Fei walked out of the God's Phoenix Pavilion, he received a message. Tian, what do you want to do this time? Murong Fenglei looked at Murong Tian, who had a gloomy expression. Last time at the auction, Murong Tian lost all his face. He had been waiting for this chance, and it was not easy to get this chance. He would not let it go. I don't need the qualifications to pass the entrance examinations. I won't enter the God Emperor Academy. But, Long Fei, I must take your dog's life, Murong Tian said as he gnashed his teeth. Then, he turned to Murong Fenglei and said, Father, I will definitely not lose this time. The Jedi won't. The current Murong Tian was no longer the Murong Tian of the auction. Even though Qiu Wandao disqualified him and made him unqualified, he was still unqualified. However, he received the favor of Xiao Tianwu and even specially brought him a level 3 demon beast immortal root. His strength was not what it used to be. Thunder Mountain's entrance. Pay up, pay up. What money? It's a toll. Can't you see that this road is ours to drive? No. Men. Beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him to death. The Thunder Mountains was very big, and there were many entrances. However, from this morning onwards, he had been occupied by a group of people. If he wanted to enter the mountain, he would have to pay a fairy stones as his fare. A fairy stones. For an ordinary martial artist, this was not a small number. However, as long as you didn't hand it over, it would be a beating. The bruises were light, but the heavy one would become a cripple. Why do you still have to pay? Xiaoying muttered, Isn't everyone allowed to enter this mountain range? A middle-aged man in front of her turned around and looked, and said, Little miss, you might not know about this, but this is a new rule from this morning. Whoever enters the mountain has to pay a fairy stones as a toll, those who dare not hand it over. Well, that group of people is the end. The middle-aged man looked at the few people with wounds all over their bodies. Long Fei could not help but ask, just because no one cares? Who cares? Who dares to interfere? Do you know who they are? Who dares to bother about the students of God Emperor Academy? The middle-aged man said. What kind of place was the God Emperor City? The young masters of the rich families, the disciples of the aristocratic families, were countless in number. Each was more arrogant than the other, they were more domineering than the other. However, facing the people of the God Emperor Academy, they were like bugs, which would not even dare to make a sound if someone stepped on their feces. Senior brother, I am Immortal Cloud City's Huang Yuelong. I have been accepted by Elder Wang. A junior who broke the record. Wait a moment. Check and see if he's called Huang Yuelong. Half a minute later, the senior brother respectfully said, Go in. The disciples that were accepted were all very popular, and no one dared to offend them. What if they were the demon slayer of the prophecy? 10 minutes later. It was turn. Lei Zhong walked up and said, I'll pay for it. 5. Lei Zhong said. The middle-aged man looked up, put away the fairy stones and said, Go in. At this moment, When a disciple saw Mantuoluo, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately said, "This little beauty will stay behind for me." Lei Zhong frowned. Before he could finish his sentence, the disciple who was collecting money kicked him. "Didn't you hear what my big brother said? What kind of expression is that? Do you want to die?" Yi Zichen kicked Lei Zhong in the stomach. Lei Zhong's body slightly retreated and the space between his eyebrows tightened. That disciple's face was filled with anger. "You dog bastard, this father is talking to you, are you King deaf?" Lei Zhong clenched both his fists tightly as the anger in his heart flared up. It was at this moment. Mantuoluo walked over, smiled slightly, and said, "You want me to accompany you, right? Heh heh. Little beauty, you know what's good for you. I've been sitting here all morning and it's really annoying. Come here and accompany me. I promise I'll let you enjoy yourself, ha ha ha." That person laughed complacently. Lei looked at Long Fei again. Long Fei smiled and indicated that he did not need to move. Mantuoluo smiled lightly, and the lust immortal root poison truly surged out crazily from her body. The eyes of the two students from the God Emperor Academy near her began to blur. And then, Mantuoluo's aura changed slightly. And at this moment, the two male disciples held each other and gnawed on each other's flesh. Their clothes were torn off one by one, and their emotions flooded their bodies. "Poochie. Holy sh*t, so he's a gay. Ha ha. This emotion is about to pierce my eyes." The two of them embraced each other, sucking each other's breath. That scene was simply invincible. Lei Zhong was startled. He looked at Mantuoluo and thought, "This woman. We must not provoke them in the future. They are too terrifying." Mantuoluo glared from between his brows and said coldly, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Long Fei laughed and said, "Let's enter the mountain." Mantuoluo retracted his aura and walked into the mountains. He had to say it. The students of the God Emperor Academy were all prodigies of the martial arts. The moment Mantuoluo placed his hand on them, their minds quickly cleared up. Poison pill refiner? Not waiting for Long Fei and the others to leave, he furiously bellowed, "You dog, you actually dare to play with us? I think you're tired of living." The two attacked at the same time. Attacked towards Mantuoluo. At this moment, Long Fei's footsteps moved, without waiting for them to fall. "Pa, pa." Two slaps fiercely slapped down and shouted, "Your father has given you face, right?" Bang bang. Two slaps landed, and two figures heavily smashed onto the ground. Long Fei stepped on a person, his eyes were cold as he said, "Don't provoke me any more, otherwise I'll kill you." It was like the death god was speaking. The disciple looked at Long Fei with a trembling gaze, and did not even bother to breathe loudly. Long Fei kicked him flying, then turned and said, "Let's go." Incomparable arrogance. Well fought. These people are asking for a beating. The people from the God Emperor Academy are amazing? If this matter were to spread to the God Emperor Academy, they would definitely be expelled. Doesn't want to meddle in these matters, but if you want to touch his people, that's no good. The first time I gave you a face. Sister-in-law 1 plus health, strongest upgrade system the second time. You are shameless, so I will give you a good slap. Lei Zhong said, "Young Master Long, you are really sharp. Those are the people from the God Emperor Academy. If you were to report it, they would definitely make things difficult for you during the assessment." Long Fei grinned and said, "Since I have already offended the principal, why should I worry about this little minion? Don't worry. If it's because I can't enter the God Emperor Academy because of the difficulties, it's not because they're making things difficult for me, it's because I'm weak." Lei looked at Long Fei, and after a long while, he said one word, "Domineering." 8_8419/2357003. Pa pa. Pa pa. Useless trash. God Emperor Academy's face has been completely thrown away by you two. An elder shouted with a livid face. Master, that kid brought a poison pill refiner with him. We were caught off guard and ended up like this. I'm not done with this matter yet. The disciple said fiercely. That elder said, don't worry about them for now. After entering the Thunder Mountains, even if there's a chance of survival, go ahead and charge them a fee. Pass down my orders. Starting now, if you want to enter the mountain, you must pay 2 fairy stones. That disciple was surprised for a moment and then said, 2, then many people won't be able to enter the mountain? The elder laughed coldly. Don't worry, the higher the price, the more people want to enter, which means that there must be some treasure in Thunder Mountains. In addition, the center of his brows sunk as he muttered to himself in a low voice, Master needs too many fairy stones, I need to take more steps. This person was 6 Cloud Immortals. He had once appeared in the South Horizon region, and was Hong Tianjuan's master, the 6 Cloud Immortal, and also the head disciple of Gu Wuji. Within the mountain range, Fatty Chun muttered, such a big mountain range, where can we find it? Xiao Ying was also a little discouraged. That's right, it's too big. Lei Zhong looked at Long Fei. Young Master Long, do you have any ideas? Long Fei smiled lightly and said, Thunder Mountains, there are a lot of demon beasts, we can't find the giant demon race, but we can cultivate, so this is a very good trial ground. There are only a few days until the God Emperor Academy's assessment. This place will be considered our last attempt. Huh! Chen Tianfei was startled for a moment and said, Why didn't I think of that? Ha! I was just thinking of opening my holy armor Fairy Vein's 4th floor. Boss, I'll go first. After he finished speaking, Chen Tianfei rushed over, only to see a demon beast's eyes shining brightly, and said, Little demon, come and ram against me. Bam! After knocking Chen Tianfei away in an instant, Chen Tianfei crawled up from the ground and laughed excitedly. Good job, great job. Lei Zhong disdainfully said, Pervert. Xiao Ying said in a scornful voice, So vulgar, to actually take liberties with a demon beast. Do you know that it's the boss? Long Fei laughed. At the same time, he also began to move. When he entered the immortal domain, his cultivation technique basically did not improve at all, especially the 9 Knives force. He had always wanted to cultivate the domineering aura of the 9 Knives force. That kind of domineering aura, that could make people around him faint with a single step, was the domineering aura within the One Piece, the domineering aura that belonged solely to Sauron. 9 Knives force. Azura. 3 heads, 6 arms, 9 blades all struck out, and in an instant, he violently attacked and sent a demon beast flying. At the same time, he also sent it flying, Dragon Chop. 680 slashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. Man Tuoyuo's aura faintly moved, smallpox. A wisp of green smoke was emitted from his body. The green smoke seemed to have its own consciousness. It quickly jumped into the nose of a demon beast. Following that, the demon beast went berserk. He himself crazily smashed into the rock, the blood flowing out from his head, only stopping after he died. Xiao Ying descended from the sky, and instantly rode on the back of a demon beast. His fists were like hammers, crazily smashing downward. One punch was heavier than another. The punches and punches were all violence. This violent lowly was going berserk. She was simply too valiant. Lei Zhong did not explode at all this time. He would only occasionally attack with a bit of strength and did not reveal his strength. It was not because he was concealing anything from Long Fei, but because he simply did not have the chance to do so. For 3 days straight, Long Fei and the other 3 quickly stepped forward. On the 4th day, Long Fei arrived at the summit of a mountain and looked at the dense forest in the distance. From time to time, he would scare a flock of birds, but he would not discover anything big. Huff! No matter what, being able to come out for the trial is a pretty good upgrade for them. It's me. Long Fei was still in the holy ninth rank. His experience points had already risen to 100% and reached 300%. Because he did not have to fuse with the second-level fairy route, he was unable to break through the spiritual level. The second-level fairy route. What a hard wound! Although he had the 9-grade immortal spirit, the golden dragon protector, and the giant demon and ancestor, these were all external forces. If he was not allowed to use this power, what about Long Fei? The holy ninth rank was truly too weak. A spiritual level ranker could crush him. Level. It was important, very important. Chen Tianfei ran over and said, "Boss, did you find anything?" Long Fei recovered his wits and said, "No, I'll stay the night here. I'll try changing my direction tomorrow." "All right." Chen Tianfei did not ask further. In the dead of night, while the demon beast was moving, its roars continued to come out from within the darkness, and the sounds of battle would occasionally come out. Suddenly, rumble! A bolt of lightning streaked through the night sky. Long Fei suddenly jumped up from his seat and quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. The heavy thunder this time gave him a very different feeling. Moreover, even the eyes of the gravity troll in the 18th floor of Hell shook, bursting forth with a wave of vigorous energy. Rumble! Immediately after, another bolt of lightning descended, causing the entire Thunder Mountains to tremble. Those restless demon beasts all crawled on the ground, shivering, as if they were incomparably afraid. What a strong lightning! Long Fei's heart sank. Long Fei, however, could not see any traces of lightning striking down. He could clearly feel the incredibly strong lightning striking down, but I just can't see where. Fatty Chin rushed over. "Boss, what's the situation?" Lei Zhong said, "What a powerful lightning bolt. It's exactly the same as last night, but this time it was even more intense." Xiao Ying and Man Tuoyuo also walked up and looked around. Where is he? Suddenly, rumble! 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 Several bolts of lightning struck down in unison, but it was still impossible to see and unable to sense its direction. The only thing they knew was that the surrounding lightning really existed. It was not only Long Fei and the others. All the warriors in Thunder Mountains heard the sound of thunder, but they could not sense its position. It was like thunder striking the void. Why can't I see it? Could lightning be invisible? Even if he's invisible, he'll still find the location. But why can we hear these lightning bolts but not know where they are? Everyone was puzzled. Even the Yen Huang ancestor did not understand. Suddenly, Fair flew out from the Thunder Dragon rod and said to Long Fei, "Master, I know where it is and I can feel it." Long Fei's mind tightened and asked, "Where?" "Fair is the spirit of lightning, and I'm afraid there's no one who is more familiar with lightning than she is." Fair moved and said, "I'll help you open your eyes. You'll see it." Finished. Fair muttered an incantation, and a bizarre power rushed into Long Fei's eyes. It was also at this moment that a trace of lightning flashed in Long Fei's eyes. He looked into the distance. Long Fei's scalp went numb, but at the same time, he became excited. Thunder Beast Giant Demon. Boss. Chapter 5. Thank you for your monthly tickets. Thank you brothers for your monthly tickets. Table of Contents. 8_8419/2357004. Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. His entire body was filled with lightning. Moreover, the entire body emitted an endless demonic intent, but this demonic intent could only be felt after you saw it. Very powerful. It was not inferior to the gravity troll in any way. The most important part of it was that its body was shining with a golden light, and it was extremely dazzling even when it was 100 miles away. Long Fei said excitedly, "How awesome of a boss is this? It looks like My 18 hells are about to open up to the second level. Long Fei became excited. The gravity troll guarding the first layer of hell was extremely powerful. If another giant demon appeared, it was a beautiful scene. Long Fei's heart began to boil, and he thought to himself, let's not talk about God Emperor Academy, even if it's the heavenly hall of immortals, I would still be able to overturn it, ha ha. However, how should we deal with this Thunder Beast boss? Long Fei muttered. Lightning had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If it really was the demon owl from 1,000,000 years ago, then the lightning on his body would be extremely terrifying. Before he could even get close to it, he would have been killed instantly. At this moment, Lei Zhong asked, Young Master Long, where are you located? Chen Tianfei asked anxiously, Boss, did you find it? Long Fei came back to reality and said, Yes, I found it. Chen Tianfei immediately became excited. What are you doing here, standing in a daze? Let's go, kill him. Xiao Ying also had an excited expression as he said, Go do it. His face was filled with violence. Man Tuolio looked at Long Fei and said, Is it because that beast is too strong? Powerful. Long Fei laughed and thought, the word powerful is not enough to describe that lightning beast. It is not ordinary in strength, but rather extremely powerful. Also, Long Fei looked at the lightning beast that was still wreaking havoc. The lightning on his body struck the void again, and it was as if the void was about to shatter. Why was that? Could it be that he was also bound by some kind of powerful seal, just like the gravity troll S? It was at this moment. There was a commotion in the forest, and the few teams were about to push their way towards the Thunder Beast. Long Fei asked in his heart, They can see the lightning beasts? I don't care. Long Fei shouted and said, All of you listen to my commands without my orders, you absolutely cannot move, understand? The four looked at Long Fei and nodded heavily, saying, Understood. Long Fei said, All right, now follow me closely and bring me to show you what a giant Thunder Beast demon, a strong boss is. Boss? What's a boss? Fuck, you don't even know this? Big brother. Oh. Long Fei and the other three immediately ran down the mountain, heading towards the direction of the Thunder Beast. In another place, a 20-something-year-old man floated in midair, exuding a cold aura. His body was releasing many halos of light, the power of celestial halo, floating in mid-air without moving at all. This could only be accomplished with the support of a powerful power of celestial. He turned his gaze in the direction of the lightning beast. The corner of the man's mouth curled up as he sneered, You've finally appeared. At this moment, an elder flew into the air, and with a flash of his body, he said, reporting to the young lord, All of our squads are in position. The man said, All right, let them quickly arrange the boundaries. It's not good if they can't see clearly, what's more. This lightning beast's strongest point is not the destructive lightning on its body, but its speed like lightning. If he wants to escape, no one can stop him. The old man immediately said, I will make the arrangements. In addition, the old man said with a slight smile, we found a team of 5 people heading towards the location of the thunderous beast. Should we? Huh. The man frowned and muttered, Has anyone already noticed the location of the beast? That's impossible. Only my sky-separating clan has the ability to open the heaven's eyes, and only we can see things that ordinary people cannot. So why would anyone see a lightning beast? Sky-separating clan, the most ancient race in the Sky Martial Continent, was once the defense tribe of the Sky Martial Continent. The Sky-separating clan had an endless foundation. With the appearance of the Dragon clan, Sky-separating clan pushed his way out of the defense tribe and disappeared without a trace. However, after the Dragon race disappeared, the Sky-separating clan rose to power. But the Long family of the South Horizon region suddenly returned from the prehistoric realm with a supreme artifact that could kill gods and devils alike, crushing the sky-separating clan with its dragon salure. Then, sky-separating clan fell again. Millions of years of hibernation had resulted in him soaring into the sky. With the arrival of the Long family's calamity, he did not suddenly rise, but waited instead. Waiting for the best time. He was also cultivating his power. A few months ago, the laws of Sky Martial Continent had lost their balance. The powerful demon lord breaking through the seal shackles had rushed out of the array formation one after another. The demonic flames in the west soared to the sky, reaching an unstoppable level. At this moment, the opportunity for the sky-separating clan arrived. He wanted to regain the glory of his clan, and they wanted to make it so that this day could no longer cover sky-separating clan. Everything. Let's start with the demon slayer. The sky-separating clan was surnamed Pan. The man's name was Pan Xing. He was the first person to walk out of the sky-separating clan. Pan Xing slightly said, "For now, you don't have to worry about it. Just do your job." The old man shivered slightly and immediately said, "This old servant obeys." And then, his figure flashed and disappeared. Pan Xing's eyes slightly faced the sky, and he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Once upon a time, my sky-separating clan was the ruler of the Sky Martial Continent, a dragon. The damnable dragon race forced us to live in seclusion. After 1,000,000 years, the dragon race disappeared and we rose up once more. But we once again encountered the Long family of the southern sky region, who just came back from the prehistoric realm, and we were once again crushed. This time, I want everyone to know that my sky-separating clan is the protector of the Tianwu continent, and also a paragon. Dragon clan, Long family, as long as you dare to appear, I will cut you into 10,000 pieces." As soon as his voice faded, an incomparably powerful impact of power of celestial burst out from his body. This power of celestial's impact directly connected to the Hall of Immortals. Even the heavenly Hall of Immortals was shocked. Supreme God opened his eyes, his eyebrows knitted tightly, and the idea was like a madman, instantly spreading out. It was also at this time. The elders from the various heavenly Hall of Immortals all rushed over. What happened? Why is the Hall of Immortals in chaos? What was that just now? Too powerful, just who could possibly shake the Hall of Immortals? Everyone was incomparably nervous. They were all worried that the giant demon race would arrive. However, Supreme God was full of smiles as he said in an incomparably excited voice, "The power of opening the heavens, haha. Seems like the Pan clan has made their move." Pan clan. Supreme God, are you talking about sky-separating clan? Supreme God nodded and laughed. Looks like the demon slayer is about to be born. First. Table of Contents. 8_8419/2357005. Sky Martial Continent, a very ancient continent. Sky Martial Continent, a very ancient continent. Her plane might not be that powerful. However, there were many ancient and hidden families here. Sky-separating clan was just one of them. Its age was more than 10,000 times that of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Moreover, although it was hidden, it had never left the Tianwu continent, and had always been on the lookout for opportunities to rise up. This time, he wanted to start with the Demon Slayer, shake the entire immortal domain, and shock the entire Sky Martial continent. He wanted to announce to the people of the entire continent that the sky-separating clan had returned. Long Fei. The 5-man team approached unceasingly. The rumbling of thunder exploding on their minds grew stronger and stronger. Their minds were in a state of turmoil, as if they couldn't bear it any longer. "Boss, how far do we have to go?" Chen Tianfei said while gasping for breath. Lei Zhong said, "It's getting more and more intense, and the impact of the Sea of Consciousness is getting more and more powerful. Looks like this boss is very scary." Long Fei looked at the golden light that shot in all directions from far away and said, "It's not far. Remember, it's not just us who notice the lightning beasts, but others as well. We must remember, we must not act rashly, do you understand?" Long Fei reminded her again. With his previous experience with Gravity Troll, Long Fei knew very well that no one could stop this boss when it went berserk. Last time, the Gravity Troll was bound by more than 1,000 seal chains, but this time, the Thunder Beast did not have the seal chains, so if it got angry, it could only wait for death. Understood. The four of them said again. Long Fei said, "Listen to my orders. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble." The thunder grew more and more intense, causing the surrounding space to distort. It was also at this time. A loud shout came from the jungle, "Heaven Opening Array, activate! Formation number 1, open! Activate spell formation number 2. Number 3. Activate array number 9. Buzz, buzz, buzz." Every time a formation was activated, there would be a loud buzzing sound as a halo of light shot up into the sky, covering an area of 3 kilometers. 9 formations. The power of 9 to 9 rings of light directly strengthened the formation by 9 layers. It was also at this time. An elder landed and his hands swiftly formed a formation. He muttered an incantation, and a powerful force burst forth from his body. Then, he bellowed loudly. "Heaven-splitting formation! Show me what you've got!" With a move of his palm, a power of celestial appeared on his palm. It was a very strange power of celestial. The halo of the power of celestial was filled with all sorts of strange runes, completely unknown runes, extremely ancient. This rune power of celestial exploded in the air above the array. And then, rumble! A loud sound echoed out. An incomparably huge thunder god appeared from within the array. His entire body was black and bright, covered with thick lightning bolt. He looked like a giant that had reached the heavens. His eyes darkened, and a deep voice came out, "Sky-separating clan, I never thought that the disappeared Sky-separating clan would appear in the Sky Martial continent again." His voice was like thunder. The lightning on his body was released arrogantly. At this moment, the entire Thunder Mountains was shaking. It appeared. It's here. That giant demon has appeared. Heavens, what is that? Is that the giant demon from 1,000,000 years ago? Whoever can kill it is the demon slayer. Whoever can obtain the approval of the Heavenly Hall of Immortals, kill them for me. He wasn't afraid just because of the appearance of the Thunder Beast giant demon. On the contrary, these people became even crazier because they were all here for the title of Demon Slayer. Whoever could kill the Lightning Beast would become the #1 person in the entire Sky Martial continent. Whoever could obtain endless cultivation resources would become the strongest warrior in the Sky Martial continent. It was even more crazy. Murong Mansion. Murong Tian's eyes turned cold. Has it appeared? Then it's mine. And Long Fei, I'll tear you to pieces this time. The target has been found. Don't worry about that goal, we only have one goal, Long Fei. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The atmosphere in the Thunder Mountains had changed. Boss, this is the guy? The heck, just the appearance alone is already so domineering. Chen Tianfei was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the Thunder Beast standing in mid-air. Domineering. It was truly domineering. It gave off the feeling of a giant god. It was as if he was the ruler, while Long Fei and the others had hands that were like ants. Lei Zhong also said, "Holy sh*t, this is a giant demon? How many such giant demons existed in the Tianwu continent? No wonder the God Emperor Academy was so anxious to find the demon slayer. Just this guy is able to flatten half of the God Emperor city, right?" He was utterly shocked. It was the same for Xiao Ying and Man Tuoluo. Other than the shock in Long Fei's heart, he thought to himself, who was it that made this gigantic beast reveal its true self? What kind of power was this? Moreover, Long Fei had a feeling that the giant thunder beast demon was going to go berserk. The old man floating in the air said, "Since you actually know about my sky-separating clan, then kneel on the ground and prepare to kneel." "Subdue? Heh heh. With just you people?" The thunderous beast's scornful voice rang, and the lightning on its body fiercely exploded. 100,000 volts of lightning, activate for me. Bang bang bang. Over 100,000 peak-level lightning bolts burst out from his body, with him at the center. The old man laughed coldly as he hovered above the glowing formation. "You won't be able to break this formation." 100,000 volts of electricity did not cause any damage at all. The formation didn't budge at all. The Thunder Beast was also shocked. It grinned and said, "Not bad, Sky-Separating Clan is still the Sky-Separating Clan, you still have some power. However, then I'll let you have a taste of what's called the power of 10 million volts." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's face changed. Without thinking, he shouted loudly, "Run!" Pulling Mantuoluo without caring about anything else, he ran towards the back. Lei once again followed, behind Chen Tianfei to protect him. They didn't think too much and directly ran out. In that instant, the thunderous beast lowered its arms, and the muscles on its arms doubled in size. The lightning on its body crackled, and as it clenched its fists, it let out a loud roar. "Thunder God Hammer! Get out!" He stabbed his hand into the ground and thick blue veins covered his entire body like steel bars. Powerful energy shot out and grabbed a giant hammer from the depths of the ground. A heavy hammer. The hammer was engraved with ancient runes. The thunderous beast grinned. 10 million volts, explode for me." He gripped the hammer with both hands and heavily smashed it down. Crack. Equals semi/floating life plus. Rumble. Rumble. Dazzling white lightning shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption, firmly crushing down on the surroundings. Xuana Bai's radiance exploded outwards like a nuclear bomb. Powerful. Too powerful. Long Fei became even more excited. With this guy, I won't have to worry about leveling up again in the future. 8_8419/2357006. Whoosh! Whoosh! The beam of light shot into the heavens, piercing straight through the light formation. It exploded deep in the sky. Kacha, kacha, kacha! In the dark sky, Xuana Bai's lightning densely spread outwards, as if the sky had split open. This power, unparalleled. Similarly, in the Thunder Mountains, the powerful shock wave from the lightning energy swept out like a level 12 hurricane. "Fatty!" Long Fei shouted loudly. Chen Tianfei shouted, "Understood." Holy armor, fairy vein. Open. A ray of golden light shot out from Chen Tianfei's body, instantly condensing into a thick godly armor that protected his entire body. Long Fei took a step forward and said, "Mantuoluo, Xiaoying, hide behind us." Faster. It was too late to run. It was too fast. There was no way to run. Long Fei roared in his heart, "Power of the Golden Dragon, activate!" Roar! Roar! Dragon roars sounded out one after another, and the defensive strength of the 8 golden dragons all exploded. Long Fei's body also carried traces of golden light, as though he was a bronze man. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Xiao Ying and Mantuoluo hid behind them. Lei Zhong also took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. Both of his hands fiercely stabbed into the ground, and his entire body suddenly changed. His skin frantically moved, as if there was a snake inside his body. He made a grasping motion with his hands. "Ah!" Lei Zhong shouted, "Giant rock shield, open!" He grabbed a rock from the ground and pulled it towards him. The rock turned into a giant arm in the blink of an eye. Its arms formed a giant shield in front of Long Fei and the others. Long Fei said excitedly, "Young Master Lei, such a strong power." Lei grinned again, hee. How could the young lord of the wilderness be weak? From the very first moment Long Fei saw him, she had felt that he was not a simple person. At this moment, the thunderous shockwave came crashing over. Boom! Boom! The towering tree was directly turned into powder, and the area within 100 miles was instantly razed to the ground, with nothing left. The moment the thunderous shockwave struck him, Lei let out a loud roar, ah! Boom, boom, boom! The huge rock arm was quickly chopped off, and Lei Zhong's forehead began to sweat like it was raining. He also looked like he couldn't bear it any longer. Long Fei said, "Don't try to be brave." Lei Zhong's face turned slightly pale as he said, "I will endure for another 10 seconds. Af!" His strength exploded out even more. 15 seconds later, his body sank. The huge boulder on his arm had already turned into powder. His body also fell back, unable to withstand the impact. At this moment, Chen Tianfei shouted loudly, "I'll do it!" Boom! Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang. Boom boom boom. Fatty Chen's entire body seemed to explode. "Fatty! It's fine, I can still take it." Chen Tianfei was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looking at another wave of shock waves rushing towards him. He roared out again. "Holy armor fairy vein, 4th floor, open!" Buzz! His body had reached a certain limit. His immortal foundation was also forced to its limit. These days, he felt like his immortal foundation was about to break through, but he couldn't find any powerful force to attack him. This was the best chance. Boom! The 4th floor of the holy armor fairy vein was easily broken through, and the defenses that were exploding out from his body became even more ferocious. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After 30 seconds, Chen Tianfei's entire body was covered in blood. His entire body looked like a blood man, standing there without moving at all. 1 minute. It was as though 10,000 years had passed, and the world around them had become another world. The heaven-opening formation wasn't here. The light was gone. The people from sky-separating clan were also not here. The only one who didn't change was the giant thunder beast demon that was shining with golden light. It held a lightning hammer in its hand, and its expression was extremely arrogant. It spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "Pah! Sky-separating clan? Like shit." It was extremely disdainful. "You want to trap me with such a small formation? Humph! You overestimate yourself." The lightning beast was extremely disdainful. The power of lightning contained the power to destroy everything, and it was completely unafraid of any formation. In a powerful formation, as long as one had absolute power, they would be able to destroy it even if they couldn't find the core. This was the world where strength reigned supreme. However, 100 miles away, an old man stood in mid-air and sneered. "Do you think you can escape?" Forcefully summoning the Thunder God Hammer, your body's power should be almost used up, right? Thunder Beast, do you think you're strong? Ha ha ha! In our eyes, you are just a dog that was killed by the Long family's seal, understand? The old man was filled with contempt. While he was speaking, the people from the sky-separating clan that laid down the array walked out one after another. They did not receive the slightest bit of injury, nor did they receive the slightest bit of injury. It wasn't because they were fast, but because their strength was too strong. The face of the lightning beast darkened as its fury surged. The lightning on its body crackled as it exploded. "I'll try again if you dare." The elder laughed coldly. "Just 10 more times is fine. You are a dog from the Long family's seal, a mere dog. The reason the people from the Long family were unable to kill you back then is because they were weak. Hee hee. Our sky-separating clan wants to use your head to sacrifice to the heavens." The elder acted as if he didn't put the lightning beast in his eyes. Incomparable arrogance. However, at this moment, The people from Thunder Mountains who dreamed of becoming a demon slayer appeared. Nothing. He's mine. I want to become a demon slayer. Kill them all. It was as if he had gone mad. There was only one giant demon. Whoever could be the first to kill one would become a demon slayer. This was an opportunity to rise to the heavens in a single step. No one wanted to miss out on this. Lei Zhong recovered a bit and stepped forward. I still haven't made my move. When did it become your turn? Long Fei pulled him back and said, Don't go over there. This guy is too dangerous. It was also at this time. Pan Xing said to the old man, Let's go. Startled, the elder spoke, Young master, at this point, he is weak. We should pursue him while he is at an advantage. Pan Xing smiled slightly and said, It's easy to deal with him. We do not only want him as a demon slayer, we want him to be a sensation. The more people the Thunder Beast kills, the greater the commotion would be caused, and when our sky-separating clan kills him, it would also cause a sensation throughout the entire Sky Martial continent. Just you wait. There will be more people appearing soon. Pan Xing was in no hurry to take action. Because no one knew his secret, only the Pan clan knew about it. Pan Xing laughed coldly. Go ahead, kill to your heart's content. The more people they killed, the stronger the lightning beasts would become. The more people they killed, the stronger the lightning beasts would become. To be remembered by more people. In the end, the people of Sky Separating Clan appeared and killed. This was the best way to create a sensation. What they needed to do now was to create momentum. Just as Pan Xing expected, the entire Thunder Mountains was moving towards him. One group after another, they were dreaming of the demon slayer. All of them rushed forward with no regard for their lives. Kill! Charge! Kill! The sound of battle shook the skies. In just half a minute, there were already over 100 people rushing forward. The giant Thunder Beast's eyes turned cold. As it looked at the ant-like humans beneath its feet, its eyes turned cold. Even trash like you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? All of you die. His voice was filled with rage as the lightning on his body shot out explosively. The Thunder God hammer in his hand hacked the air. Boom. One of them was directly chopped into powder. Wherever the lightning went, there was death. It was as if the scythe of death was frantically reaping the harvest. In just a few seconds, over 100 people had been instantly killed. Even his body wasn't able to get close, let alone kill him. Lei Zhong felt chills go down his spine as he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If not for Long Fei, he would have rushed up and died in an instant like these people. Man Tuoluo asked, Young Master Long, are we going to just watch as these people die? Xiao Ying was also fuming. That's too cruel. Chen Tianfei panted heavily and said, Boss, let's do it. This fellow is too arrogant. If I don't kill him, I will not be surnamed Chen. Damn it, I have never seen anyone as arrogant as him. Long Fei frowned. He had never heard of it in his mind. He had always been thinking about how to destroy the lightning on the lightning beast's body, how to get close to it, how to continuously simulate it in his mind. However, after deducing 100 times, none of them managed to get close to him. Do it, we have to do it. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy as well. Wait here for my order. I'll go up and test it out. Long Fei needed to find out more about the Thunder Beast's strength. He needed to get closer to the Thunder Beast and look for its weakness. He must have a weakness. The weakness of Gravity Troll lies in their seal. What was his weakness? What is it? Long Fei kept thinking about this problem. Without waiting for anyone to react, Long Fei had already rushed out. It was also at this time. In the forest not far away. That kid has already charged up. What should we do? Heh. There's no rush. Once he fights with the lightning beasts, we will attack Fatty Chen and the rest. Understood. Young master, Long Fei has already rushed forward. Murong Tian looked at the lone Long Fei who was about to charge forward alone, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he sneered in disdain. He's preparing to die. Give the order. If Long Fei does not die to take revenge, then immediately attack. A disciple of the Murong King's residence immediately said, Understood. Over 100 warriors were instantly killed, and in that short period of time, no one dared to rush forward anymore. At this time, Long Fei rushed forward and everyone looked at him, including Pan Xing. Everyone sneered. You overestimate yourself. You're courting death. Long Fei did not kill the Thunder Beast because of that. It was only a probing attack, and if he did not find the Thunder Beast's weakness, he would definitely not be able to kill it. Another one here to die. The giant Thunder Beast laughed coldly. Looking at the constantly changing position of Long Fei, its eyes were filled with contempt. Humph! He's really too naive. The giant Thunder Beast started laughing. The lightning on its body exploded again, directly locking onto Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei's brows tightened and shouted, Multiple shadows, 10,000 bodies. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. In just a short moment, Long Fei had appeared all around him, and his countless clones numbered in the tens of thousands. The lightning beast was startled. The people hiding in the surrounding area were also stunned. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Never seen it before. Illusion technique? Could it be the legendary illusion technique? Chen Tianfei's eyes flashed. Holy crap, boss is boss. With so many clones, how can he fly to the sky? Xiao Ying was also very excited. How sharp. Lei Zhong's face was filled with envy. In the distance, Long Fei shouted, Charge! The thunderous beast was stunned for half a second before it said, No matter how many clones you summon, they are all useless. All of you die. With a move of the Thunder God hammer in his hand, it shot into the sky. And then, the lightning on the Thunder God hammer suddenly exploded as thunder rumbled. The Thunder God hammer suddenly roared as it roared, All of you, go to hell. Rumble! A hammer blow landed on the ground. Long Fei moved, and the power of Celestial S were frantically being exhausted. In that instant, his idea controlled 10,000 clones, and with a heavy shout, he said, Moonlit step. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless clones shot out madly, leaping into the air. Boom! A large swath of the doppelganger was instantly killed. However, a large portion of its clones landed on the Thunder Beast's body, and Long Fei moved, attack. His entire body was covered with Long Fei, and all of them started to frantically attack. Miss! 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 A string of damage values floated above the thunderous beast's head. There wasn't even the slightest bit of damage. The Thunder Beast was in incomparable rage. The lightning on his body shook as he roared, Die! Rumble! Long Fei's clones were all blasted away, transforming into streams of white smoke and disappearing. In just a few seconds, all the 10,000 to 10,000 clones had died. The information that Long Fei had gathered was extremely vague, and was basically not useful at all. No, it's still not possible. There's not a single place that is his weakness. Dragon Salyer. Since he had come, if he did not cut it, and look at how much health he had, Long Fei would not be willing to leave just like that. Buzz. When the Dragon Salyer landed in his hands, the ancestor of Dark Dragon God roared fiercely. Long Fei moved, leaped up high, and slashed at the lightning beast. Dragon Salyer? Dragon Salyer? Someone from the Long family? Someone from the Long family? Almost at the same time, the giant Thunder Beast Demon and Pan Xing spoke out. The giant Thunder Beast was startled for a moment. Looking at the Dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hands, the anger in his heart burst forth as he roared, It's that blade again, it's the people from the Long family again. I have been in the seal for more than 3 million years, If Lousy does not look for you, why have you come to find Lousy? Die for me. The pressure of the lightning on its body exploded out, heavily smashing forward. The Thunder God hammer was even more ferocious. Long Fei's heart sank. The golden dragon that was protecting his mind roared and blocked the thunderous beast's pressure. The moment the blade and hammer collided. When the power exploded out, the Dark Dragon God's blade aura was not blocked by the Thunder God hammer, and it still smashed down heavily like before. Boom! 20991. A bright red number floated up from the Thunder Beast's head, and a number that made Long Fei's scalp go numb appeared. 100 million HP. Fourth, 8_8419/2357009. The moment they arrived, the bare top of the thunderous beast's head showed up. The moment they arrived, the bare top of the thunderous beast's head showed up. The lightning beast gently touched, as though it was being humiliated. Ah! Rage! The lightning on his body soared to its peak as he roared, "Die!" A streak of lightning exploded out from the Thunder God hammer. Boom! It directly sent Long Fei into the air. Following that, the Thunder hammer moved, and smashed down heavily onto Long Fei, who was in the air. There was no time to react at all. Long Fei also could not react in time. Too fast. The difference between his cultivation and that of a thunder beast was simply too great. There was simply no way to block it all. The moment the heavy hammer landed, the Azure Dragon ancestor inside the Green Dragon tripod suddenly shouted, "Gold Dragon, protect boss!" Dark Dragon God also roared out. The Dragon Salyer struggled free from Long Fei's hand and directly flew out to block the Thunder God hammer. However, Dragon Salyer's current level was too low. Moreover, the power of Dragon God's ancestor was restricted. Even if Long Fei was not strong, he basically could not release his power, and could only slightly block it. Bam! The Dragon Salyer flew out heavily and landed tens of kilometers away. Gold Dragon, boss is relying on you. Roar! 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 The 8 dragons were enraged. Golden light spewed out in all directions as the golden dragon protected Long Fei's entire body. The heavy hammer smashed down, striking Long Fei's abdomen. Boom! The lightning pierced through his body, directly bursting out from his back. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Long Fei also heavily smashed onto the ground. His body suddenly bounced, and flew out once again. The thunderous beast ferociously smashed down with another hammer attack. Bang! Long Fei's body, as though it was being torn apart by lightning, was once again blasted flying. He smashed onto the ground, flipped rapidly in the air, and then fell down. Bam! A deep crater formed on the ground. The crater was cracked like a spider web. Incomparable savagery. Long Fei's life and death was unknown. The Thunder Beast was enraged and roared, "Ah! Seal Lousy, come again, come more King back to Seal Lousy." The 18 generations of ancestors were all filled with rage. At the same time, Pan Xing's mouth hooked up coldly and disdainfully said, "Long family. He's just trash. Holy 9th rank? Ha ha! Had the current Long family fallen to such a state? How lowly!" Pan Xing laughed coldly. He was shocked by Long Fei's appearance. The appearance of the Dragon Salyer shocked him. However, Long Fei's performance was too weak. It made him laugh. He had thought that Long family at least had a little bit of strength, but now he thought, "I have overestimated the Long family, trash, and have completely become a trash clan." Ha ha! Pan Xing laughed loudly, looked at Long Fei who was in the deep pit and laughed coldly. "Right now, you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Long family. Ha ha!" He mocked loudly. At this moment, Man Tuoyuo anxiously rushed out, "Young Master Long." Chen Tianfei also shouted out, "Boss." The 4 of them charged out madly. Almost at the same time, A cold voice came from the jungle. Do it! Over at the Murong King's manor. Murong Tian walked out of the forest, smiled slightly, and said, Kill! A cold chill swept out. Without waiting for Man to Aluo and the others to get close, they were stopped by 6 black figures. Chen Tianfei's gaze darkened, and he roared loudly, Scram! Boom! He exerted all of the strength in his body, and as soon as he said those words, he immediately sent his fists smashing forward. It was also at this moment the killer had made his move. Their cultivations were all in the same color of arrogant immortal state, and the pressure they released was unbearable to Fatty Chen. His holy armor fairy vein had not cultivated to a state where he could resist the pressure. His body sank. Damn fat pig, just lie down obediently. A sword attack came, directly locking Chen Tianfei's throat. The power of heavy stones. Lei let out a loud roar, slammed his right hand on the ground, causing the rocks on the ground to shatter and his right arm to fiercely suck in air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of rocks formed a huge arm and punched out, Get out of my way! Bam! A arrogant immortal state killer was immediately sent flying. Man Tuoyo held onto a pill and suddenly threw it. Xiao Ying? Xiao Ying's right leg swept out, sending the pill flying. It exploded on top of one of the berserker immortal killer's head, and fine powder fell down. Ah! 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 Xiao Ying did not give him any chance to react. He rushed forward, and with a burst of force from his violent immortal foundation, both of his fists exploded and smashed outwards. Boom! Bam! 3 arrogant immortal state killers were taken care of. However, on the other side, the people from the Murong Prince's manor slowly walked out. They were closer to Long Fei than Man Tuoluo, and now they were stopped by the killers from the 9 Business Union. Miss, over there. Xiao Ying pointed at Murong Tian, who was in the distance, and anxiously asked, Miss, what do we do? Chen Tianfei roared, Murong Tian, if you dare touch my boss, I'll K your entire family. Not waiting for them to finish, 3 more killers fell. Deal with that poison master first. The 6 of them moved at the same time. Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound and said, You guys follow behind me, I'm going to charge these bastards to their deaths. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Tianfei used his body to block a sword. The sword tip had already pierced into his chest, causing blood to flow out. As though he did not feel any pain, he rushed forward heavily. The sword pierced his chest. Fatty Chen hugged the killer, his rage boiling. Follow behind me, charge. Ah! Fatty Chen was going crazy. Lei Zhong's huge arm swept out, forcing the assassins to retreat. Man Tuoluo did not hesitate at all and rushed out behind the fatty. The one they wanted to save now was Long Fei. At the same time, the people from the Murong mansion were already standing on the edge of the deep pit. Murong Tian looked at Long Fei, who was in the hole. His entire body was covered in blood. His back was charred by the lightning, and his body was badly mangled. Ha ha ha! Long Fei, you have that day as well. Ha ha ha! Murong Tian laughed wildly. Humiliate me at the auction? It caused me to lose my qualifications to pass the entrance exam, and caused my Murong mansion to lose face. Now, it's Laozi's turn. The corners of Murong Tian's eyes turned cold, with killing intent in his eyes. His hands moved, and instantly transformed into beast claws, leaping heavily into the air, and ruthlessly smashing down towards Long Fei's head. No. Man Tuoluo was so scared that his whole body was trembling and his voice was shaking. Boss. Young Master Long. He was too far away. He couldn't make it in time. Strongest upgrade system. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes suddenly opened, as the fairy stone root frantically replenished his power of celestial. At this moment, the aura around his body began to ignite, and as his gaze shifted, he looked at Murong Tian, who had descended from the sky, and with a flick of his body, He let out a heavy shout, Die! Chapter 5. Thank you for your great support, thank you. 8_8419/2357010. He suddenly woke up. He suddenly woke up. He was stunned by the Thunder God hammer. Very unhappy. However, Golden Dragon Protector, even if Long Fei's cultivation was very weak now, she would definitely not let him die. If not, it would not be called Golden Dragon Protector, and even more so not worth 8 Golden Dragon Protector-s. If not for the Golden Dragon, Long Fei would have gone to see Marks. Seeing Murong Tian descending from the sky, Long Fei shouted, Open up a little death for me. The idea moved, shaking the heavens. Boom! A steel monster rushed out from Long Fei's space ring. In front of Long Fei, Murong Tian's claws were smashed down, blocked by heaven shaking. Murong Tian's forehead turned sinister. His attack did not succeed, and his body bounced, jumping out of the pit. He shouted disdainfully. He actually did not die? He didn't die? He's not dead yet? Is this kid made of iron? Even if Tai Chue were to be bombarded by such a powerful force, he would still turn into scrap iron. He actually managed to get up. Damn, that's too cruel. Long Fei slowly walked out of the pit, with Zhentian, who was standing behind him, protecting him on his left and right. Looking at the battle that was happening far away, Long Fei felt extremely unhappy in his heart. However, he did not intervene because he was even more unhappy about Lei Mo. Long Fei looked at Murong Tian, who was cheated on the other side, and sneered. I don't have time to care about you right now, do you understand? Not kill? No. Because killing him would be a waste. Before fusing with the second-level fairy route, all his experience would be wasted, and he wouldn't be able to level up at all. Only by breaking through the spiritual level would he be able to do so. Not kill first, keep it alive. Murong Tian looked at the expression in Long Fei's eyes and said solemnly, You overconfident dog, do you think you can beat me now? Long Fei ignored him completely. Looking at Chen Tianfei, who was not far away, he shouted loudly, Fatty, don't worry about me. I'm going to turn over this big one. Long Fei looked at Lei Mo, who was not far away, and his heart stirred with displeasure as he roared, He, Lei Mo, right? All right. I'll see how long you can continue acting like this. And then, Long Fei moved, ground drilling technique. His body suddenly sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground was a deep hole. When Long Fei disappeared from their line of sight, the surrounding people started to discuss once again. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Drill the dog hole? He must have run away. Even his brothers and women were abandoned. This is the South Horizon region. They're really useless. Ha ha. I thought he was arrogant, but it turns out he's a coward. Murong Tian could not help but sneer. A dog is a dog. They were all ridiculing Long Fei for trying to escape. Only one person frowned slightly, Pan Xing. Pan Xing's face slightly trembled and thought to himself, could it be that this trash discovered Lei Mo's weakness? From beginning to end, Lei Mo did not move a single bit, and from beginning to end, his legs had not moved even an inch. Why? Long Fei kept thinking about this question when he was in a coma. The chains of the gravity demon. What's Lei Mo's? It was the earth binding beneath his feet. However, these were just Long Fei's guesses. To test and see if his guess was right, there was only one way, to personally test it under his feet. The elder beside Pan Xing furrowed his brows and asked, Young master, could it be? Pan Xing slightly said, Don't be anxious, take a look first. He is from the Long family, and this Lei Mo is from the Long family. It is normal for him to know the Thunder God's weakness. However, the corner of Pan Xing's mouth slightly curled, revealing a trace of disdain, and said with a cold smile, He's only a waste of the holy 9th rank, so even if he discovers Lei Mo's weakness, it's still useless. With just his strength alone, he can't hurt a single hair on Lei Mo's body. He wasn't worried. On the contrary, he was still very excited, because once Lei Mo got enraged, it would be a power explosion that would destroy the world. Even more people would die, and this would cause an even greater sensation. Pan Xing smiled slightly. No one can stop the rise of my sky-separating clan, no one. In the ground, Long Fei was right under Lei Mo's feet. What a strong power of earth! The Yen Huang ancestor exclaimed and said, Brat, your guess is correct. This Lei Mo is bound by the power of the earth. This is the earth seal. In the past few days, he had been constantly drawing upon the lightning to strike him. He only wanted to use his power to break the binding force of the earth, but he has been in the seal for too long, and because the restriction of the power of earth is too strong, he did not succeed. After pausing for a few seconds, Yen Huang ancestor said, I have to say your Long family has a genius seal. It's invulnerable. If it wasn't for the fact that the power of the ancient code lost its balance, this Lei Mo would never be able to break through the great earth seal in his lifetime. Long family. He was once the paragon of the Tianwu continent. Their strength was unmatched. If not for the arrival of the mysterious calamity, the Long family would still be the ruler of the continent and there would not be any heavenly around. Long Fei could feel the thick earth energy around him, and said, Ancestor, how can we inflict heavy injuries on him? Yen Huang ancestor laughed. It's very simple, his soul. Huh! Long Fei was startled and said, Why didn't I think of that? Ha ha! If his feet can't move, then the area under his feet is his absolute weakness. And then, Long Fei roared sinisterly, Dragon Salyer, come! Shwa! The dragon Salyer that was stuck on the ground received Long Fei's summons and pierced straight into the ground, flying back and forth before landing in his hands. Is he cocky? Arrogant, right? I'll stab you. With the dragon Salyer in hand, Long Fei thrust the blade under Lei Mo's feet. Swish! Ah! Lei Mo's legs hurt, and he immediately knew that Long Fei was still at the soles of his feet. His heart was filled with boundless fury. Damnable thing! Go to hell! The Thunder God hammer in his hand moved, and a huge amount of thunder and lightning energy struck down, reaching deep into the ground. Yen Huang ancestor immediately said, Brat, dangerous! Lei Mo could not attack Long Fei, but he could hit the ground, and the power of the lightning that he released was extremely ferocious. If he was struck, Long Fei's mental state would definitely be severely injured. Boom! The lightning that pierced through everything seemed to have struck Long Fei's back as his mind and sea of consciousness rolled around, feeling extremely uncomfortable. However, he did not stop there. He shouted, Come on, chop this daddy to death! More than that, the soles of his feet could not move, and that was Lei Mo's weakness. However, floating life. Table of contents. No windows? +100 million was simply too massive. It was impossible to kill them in a short period of time. In the distance, Pan Xing laughed complacently. Lei Mo is about to go crazy. First, 8_8419/2357011. Indeed. Lei Mo was about to go crazy. The lightning on his body became denser and denser as his body turned crimson. Thunder clouds covered the sky and shrouded the entire Thunder Mountains. It was like the end of the world. Rumble! Rumble! From the thunder clouds, endless thunder rumbled. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed past, followed by a heavy downpour of rain amidst the thunderclouds. Lei Mo looked up to the sky and said solemnly, 3 million years ago, the seal gave me a chance to live. What do you mean by giving me a chance to live? None of the people from the Long family are good. It's been a full 3,600,000 years for me, dog. Today, I will use your life as a sacrifice to the heavens. I will make the Long family pay. Rumble. The sky darkened as heavy rain poured down. The ground was covered with water, and the rain began to crazily seep into the ground. In the surrounding forest there was also water. However, no one was aware of the danger. F***ck. A drop of water fell on top of Long Fei's head. His heart sank as he cursed. This guy. It's time for the big move. Immediately, the idea was linked to Vibrant Heaven, who mechanically sounded out loud and said, Fatty, man tuoluo, Xiao Ing, Lei Chong, quickly run. Everyone run. Run to a place with no water. Hurry up. His voice was incomparably urgent. The thunderclouds in the sky didn't come down with thunder, but with rain. What can water do? Who can conduct electricity? Leimo's attack range was probably only a few kilometers just now, and the shock waves had reached 100 kilometers, but this time, his attack range was at least 100 times. The shock wave covered over 10,000 kilometers. The closer they got, the faster they would die. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Long Fei did not dare think about it and shouted again, Run, everyone run! Man Tuoyo looked at Chen Tianfei and said, Let's go! Chen Tianfei didn't think about it as he pulled Lei Zhong back and said, Boss told us to go, let's go. Lei Zhong didn't understand, why did they leave? Lei Mo did not attack again. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Leave your life behind for me. The assassins of the Nine Business Union did not let them go and directly blocked their path of retreat. F***ck. Fatty Chern was infuriated. Boss had once instructed me not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. This is the moment of last resort. Titan! Get out! Chen Tianfei roared out, and an alloy armor appeared beside him. The alloy armor instantly activated. Just like a level-up robot, his body was also multiplied by several times, and his whole body was chubby, but his strength, however, was extremely terrifying. His body transformed. His entire being was like a robot that had been fused into an animated cartoon. Fatty Chun immediately transformed into his original form. This was the alloy armor that Long Fei had created for him. Seeing an assassin coming at him, Fatty Chen's eyes were filled with rage. He roared, Die! His right foot shook violently. The defensive power on his body immediately transformed into attack. This was the attribute that belonged to his alloy armor and allowed him to combine and channel his energy into an attack attribute. Bang, bang, bang! The ground split open rapidly, and the rain on the ground burst out like a fountain. Bam! One of the assassins was directly blown away, while the other one bled from his 7 orifices. He stood there motionlessly. Fatty Chin roared and cursed, F***ck, do it again if you have the guts, son of a bitch. Lei was dumbfounded once again. F***ck. This is the alloy armor. Upon wearing the alloy armor, the power of spiritual level could instantly kill an expert of the arrogant immortal state. This. Too awesome. Many people also saw this, and their hearts began to boil. However, this kind of alloy armor would only be able to deal with some arrogant immortal state warriors. Chen Tianfei said, Now is not the time to be shocked quickly. If it wasn't extremely dangerous, Long Fei would definitely not be so anxious. Obviously, it must be extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the previous wave. Lei Zhong swiftly followed. However, at this moment, the surrounding people started to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! A bunch of cowards. They're useless. They only know how to run. Isn't it just rain? Was there a need to be so scared? Even if Lei Mo is powerful, this place is 100 miles away. You did not manage to reach him just now, but you can still reach him now? Trash that can't make it to the stage will forever remain as trash. Other than Chen Tianfei and the rest who were trying to escape, not many people ran away. Because they felt that no matter how strong Lei Mo was, It was impossible for his power to spread out beyond 100 kilometers. Thus, they mocked Long Fei for being a coward, and mocked him like a stray dog. Run! Wang Zhentian shouted again. Many of them laughed out loud. Brat, you think that we are all like you? As timid as a mouse. That's what the people of the South Horizon region are like. Ha ha ha! They ran away without even fighting. What Long family's people are not afraid of the heavens, are not afraid of the earth, are not afraid of death. I think the people who are most afraid of death are the people of Long family. Exactly. Look at that Long Fei. He hasn't even fought yet and he has already escaped to who knows where. Now he's telling us to run? We aren't trash from the South Horizon region. Hearing these discussions, Long Fei laughed bitterly. It's so hard to be a good person just because you want to be one. Hee hee. Looks like this world really is one. Killing people and setting fire to the 10,000-year-old monument, building bridges and repairing roads without leaving any remains, good people. It's hard to do. In that case, then all of you can go die. Long Fei laughed sinisterly. It was also at this time. Liemo moved, his entire body turning scarlet red. This was a kind of berserk state. He had already raised his strength to the limit. The Thunder God Hammer moved. Crack! The surrounding area of the Thunder God Hammer was filled with crackling lightning. The lightning spread in all directions, as if a nuclear power plant had exploded. Pan Xing started laughing, looked at the people still discussing around him, and coldly laughed. A bunch of ants, lowly ants, will all die soon. Ha ha ha! If they can't die, how can they emphasize the power of my sky-separating clan and the Pan clan? Ha ha ha! Pan Xing laughed out loud. At this moment, Liemo entered a berserk state as the Thunder God Hammer stabbed itself into the thundercloud. It roared angrily at the sky. Billions of volts, activate it for me. Billions of volts. This kind of electricity was almost an earth-shattering existence. At this time, Long Fei secretly tensed up. Ancestor, what do we do? The Yen Huang ancestor shook his head. At most, I can only protect you. It was at this moment. I can absorb his lightning. Second, 8_8419/2357012. Long Fei leveled up when he killed people. Long Fei leveled up when he killed people. However, he wasn't a homicidal maniac. He should kill those who deserve to be killed, those who deserve to die, but how many people were gathered in Thunder Mountains? He couldn't even count it. Moreover, it was continuously rushing towards this place. Billions of volts of lightning and the overwhelming rain. This time, at least countless people would die. Other than those who mocked him, there were more innocent people. Also, was Mantuoluo and the rest safe? Long Fei was also not at ease. If he could dissolve this move of Liemo's, it would naturally be for the best. Yen Huang ancestor didn't have any other way. Just as Long Fei's heart was sinking, Fair flew out from the Thunder Dragon rod and said faintly, "Master, I can absorb his power." Long Fei looked at Fairy Fair and asked seriously, "Can you really do it?" Fair hesitated for half a second before resolutely replying, "I think it should be possible." Long Fei said, "Don't force it, I promise to bring you to find the Fairy Clan." Fair smiled lightly and said, with Master's words, I will definitely be able to do it." Hee hee. After she finished speaking, Fair smiled mischievously. Long Fei said, "All right, then you can try, but do not force yourself." Fair rushed out, with an elf body the size of a finger, quietly floating beside Long Fei. She closed her eyes and started chanting. At this moment, the Thunder God Hammer in Lei Mo's hands smashed down, and said solemnly, "Die for me! Earth bind! Break for me! Ah!" With a furious roar, the Thunder God Hammer in Lei Mo's hands descended vertically, bringing along tens of thousands of streaks of lightning. Billions of volts of electricity tore through the skies as it bombarded downwards. In the distance, two elders of the Hall of Immortals rushed over. Seeing the sky suddenly darken to a black void, their hearts sank at the same time. It's over. The people of Thunder Mountains are all about to die. This time. Another clan elder said, it's all because of that darn long family brat. If he hadn't angered Laemo, he wouldn't have turned into such a state. Damn it! With just Laemo alone, he killed tens of thousands of genius warriors, many of them being geniuses with broken records. Just how many evil monsters is there in the Sky Martial Continent? Sigh. Demon flames soar to the sky, unstoppable. What should we do? Is there a need for us to go? An elder said, we are here to welcome the sky-separating clan, however. Whether they can survive is also a question, right? Rumble! Rumble! The thunder god hammer smashed into the ground, causing Shuana Bai's lightning to spread out like a spider web. At this moment, the sky was dark, and Shuana Bai, who was covered by lightning, felt as if the world was spinning around him. Die for me! Laemo roared, and trillions of lightning bolts descended. That scene was simply unparalleled. Those people who didn't flee from the jungle were so scared that they fell to the ground, their faces turning pale. Right at the moment when the lightning was spreading, Fair slightly opened her eyes. Lightning essence, listen to my call, absorb. All of a sudden, the power of thunder and lightning was forcefully retracted, and it quickly flowed back into the jungle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if time was reversing. The lightning was being absorbed at a crazy rate, making it hard for people to understand. Laemo was shocked. Pan Sheng was also shocked. They had something in common. Angry. Countless bolts of lightning gathered together, forming a beam of lightning. This beam of lightning was linked to the heavens and the earth. Laemo's gaze darkened. Staring at the ground, he asked, absorb the lightning element? Then I'll see how much you can absorb. Billions of volts, activate for me. Buzz! Laemo smashed the ground with his hammer again, and the lightning on the ground exploded once more, as if numerous lightning dragons were exploding. Absorb the essence of thunder. Fair released her power once again. Another bolt of lightning shot into the sky, connecting the heaven and earth. Moreover, at the same time, Fair was frantically absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. The thunder dragon rod began to tremble from the anxiety, as it was unable to endure the power exploding out of Laemo's body. Billions of volts, activate for me. Laemo smashed down with his hammer again. Absorb the essence of thunder. Fair once again absorbed all the thunder and lightning elements before a beam of light shot into the sky. The thunder god hammer struck the ground time and time again. Shuana Bai's lightning and thunder dragons on the ground were struck and hit the ground time and time again, but they were absorbed by the strong energy and condensed into a beam of lightning that linked the heaven and earth. In just a minute, the surroundings were filled with dense lightning bolts. It was like a miracle from the heavens. Everyone was stunned. What happened? What's wrong? What kind of power is it? None of them understood. When Long Fei saw the pained look on Fair's face, he clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart, Laemo, if I don't kill you today, I will change my surname to yours. He felt extremely displeased. Laemo laughed sinisterly, saying, You like absorbing lightning, right? You can control the lightning element, right? Ha ha ha! Now, just absorb all of this. As long as there is one that cannot be absorbed, it will cause your soul to explode. Ha ha ha! His voice was extremely arrogant. With Laemo at the center, there were at least 100 lightning beams surrounding them, each filled with billions of lightning bolts. Long Fei's heart tensed up, his teeth chattered loudly. He should not have let Fei Air try. Fair smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Her face was pale. She had already reached the limit of absorbing the lightning. This was only the first step, and the most difficult part was absorbing the lightning. If they didn't absorb it, the lightning would reopen and her soul would also be destroyed by the power of over 100 lightning bolts. Feyre was startled. "I'll let you see my strength." "Ah! The power of the Elf King. Open for me." Feyre was enraged as well, and her body exploded with a power that Long Fei had never seen before. A rainbow-colored light radiated from her body. A shadow of a crown flashed above her head. Yen Huang ancestor's mind sank as he immediately said, "A descendant of the Elf King." At the same time, the 100 bolts of lightning around her slowly descending at the same time. They entered into Feyre's body crazily as she madly absorbed the trillions of strands of lightning energy. Buzz! Bam! The Thunder Dragon rod exploded under the pressure. Only the pearl with Fey's body was left rolling about. The power inside the bead was also rolling. At the same time, bit by bit, Feyre was transforming crazily. Third 8_8419/2357013. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.